I'm Alan Mickey, here from the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board. I am joined here by my colleague, also Reinhold Cornelius, who's a Director of Undergraduate Research and Undergraduate Programs and Research, and I've already forgotten it. Grants Research. Okay. Anyway, he's a director. We appreciate you all coming today. We know that this is an effort to get here to Austin from all points in Texas. It's an impressive array of institutions from all corners of the state here. We appreciate the cooperation of your home institutions who paid for you to come out here and covered your expenses. And we appreciate the patience of your students who had to probably have CAS canceled or are covered by someone today and or tomorrow. Please understand that here at the Coordinating Board, we do not take any of that lightly. We depend upon the participation of faculty experts such as yourself to help us put together curricula like this and to give us feedback at every stage of important initiatives like fields of study. And it means a great deal to us that you and your institutions and your students have all sacrificed in order to be here today. So thank you really for everybody here all up and down the agency. I'd like to begin, not with that slide. Sorry, help. How do I go back? Stop. Okay, I'm sorry, I don't know how I clicked the wrong button. I'd like to begin with a few announcements. We're being broadcast on the web, so things like my goofs with the PowerPoint are preserved now for eternity for everyone to see. This is important because institutions across the state might be watching our meeting now, and they might be watching it later if they want to see exactly how we arrived at our curricula for fields of study. Also, it'll help with our notes and our minutes to make sure that we get an accurate record of everything that went on today. Because we're being broadcast and this is being recorded, you have a microphone in front of you, and it really is crucial that you turn it on so that the little red light is showing when you're speaking, and equally important to turn it off when you're not speaking so that all your rustling papers and keyboard clacks won't get preserved as well. So please remember to do that. It's important. So I'd like to begin with just an introduction, just to go around the room quickly and say who you are, where you're from, maybe a few words about what it is that your institution does for chemistry, what kinds of programs you have, maybe how many students, any news from your department, anything coming up, or anything that you would like the rest of the committee to know about what's going on at your institution. And then we'll go from there. So if you don't mind, I guess we can start at my left. The only person's name tag I can see, Daniel.
Dave Lottie, UT Austin, and we teach pre-meds. That's a lot of what we do, is take care of a substantial number of students who come through wanting to pursue the health professions.
Yeah, I'm Jeffrey Allison. I'm with Austin Community College. So we have generally do the freshman and organic chemistry sequence at our institution. Primarily, I think we are, our chemistry majors serve a lot of different areas. A lot of them, of course, go on to four-year institutions after that. So our goal is to try to get those students ready to go on to four-year institutions and, of course, to go into professional programs that require chemistry.
This is Maria Benavides, University of Houston downtown. I'm the chemistry coordinator and the assistant chair of the natural sciences department, and we have chemistry programs that are ACS certified.
Hello, this is George Liang. I'm from the Midwestern State University. And our ACA certified chemistry program offers different kind of options for students. And primarily most students, they want to go into the medical school. And then we just come here to looking for which class can beneficial for students.
Mike Janusa, student at Boston State University. We have chemistry and biochemistry programs. One thing that's unique about us is that we instill undergraduate research that all our majors have to take it. We have like 130 majors, and all of them have to go through undergraduate research, which leads the majority of ours going on typically to graduate school or professional schools after that.
My name is Mark Haney. I'm the chemistry chair at Navarro College. As with most of the community colleges, we offer up through organic chemistry. And again, we prep our students to go off to university because the majority of them want to go into a pre-professional program.
I'm Greg Diekman, Associate Head in the Chemistry Biochemistry Department at University of Texas at Dallas. Our enrollments are exploding, so we used to require an undergrad research experience for all of them. We've now made it optional for our biochemistry and having to even consider it as an option for our chemistry majors. We primarily serve, though, I think pre-meds are the majority of people that come through, at least the lower levels.
I'm Darren Williams at Sam Houston State University. We have two main tracks, a chemistry for professional chemists and a forensic chemistry track, and we feed most of those into our graduate program in forensic science, and they are working in the crime labs, not just in Texas, but all over the nation. And then we have about 30 or so graduates a year, and it's about a third to industry, a third to graduate study, and then a third going to some sort of professional programs.
Catherine Eloise from Longview, from Kilgore College in Longview and Kilgore. And we have mainly two tracks. We basically feed into a nursing program, but we also have a track for corrosion technology. So that is our main goal, and every other summer we do organic. So.
My name is Alicia James. I'm from Lone Star College, Kingwood campus. We service students from intro to organic. One of the requirements that we have that if a student has not taken chemistry within the last 2 years, they automatically go into our intro chemistry courses.
I'm Remy Oki. I'm the department head of the chemistry and physics at Pearview A&M University. So we are both the bachelor's and the master's degree in chemistry. We've had a good growth in numbers of our graduates over the years, and the school is now trying to articulate a better way to encourage more transfer from the community college and how you transfer the credit that was earned from the community college to chemistry.
My name is Stephen Salvato. I teach at Central Texas College in Killeen. We're right across the street from Fort Hood, so we serve a lot of military students and dependents. A number of our students transfer to four-year universities across the state. A few years ago, Texas A&M Central Texas opened up about 10 minutes down the road, so we've got a number of our students who take our chemistry courses to get into their biology program.
My name is Shuli Zakia. I'm from Laredo College. Our chemistry students mainly are General Chem 1 and General Chem 2, and the students take it to transfer to university level courses. And also we have nursing track. We offer organic chemistry this semester. I'm teaching organic chemistry, but I have like 6 students. So field of study, it looks like, would be very important for us, that if they take the courses, that will be transferred to higher universities, so the enrollment could go up. Some reasons that it doesn't go up because of the understanding, maybe it will not get transferred.
I'm Tom West, chemistry head at Texas A&M University Commerce. So our program, we have, the BS in chemistry, an ACS certified degree in chemistry, and we have the biochemistry concentration, and then for teachers, a BS, where it's certified 7 through 12, where they can come out and teach. We have a master's program. Most of our students, I'd say probably 2/3 go to graduate school, and 1/3 get jobs usually within the state.
My name is Fareshte Beliad. I'm from Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi. We have a relatively small chemistry program. Most of our students are from biology, nursing, and engineering, but we have biochemistry track that is very, very popular among our students, and we have general concentration chemistry as well as environmental chemistry concentration. I'm interested to know about this field of study because what I hear from some of the students when they take the organic in two-year colleges, the course number, the way it is, when they transfer it to four-year college, and when they want to go to medical school, apparently they don't like those 2,000 level courses. They prefer 3,000. So that's why we get a lot of students coming and taking the organic with us instead of taking the two-year college.
I'm Beverly Clement from Glenn College District. We've got about 316 Associate of Science in Chemistry right now. We have a very high transfer rate. We're looking at some way of streamlining it for our chemistry students, those that are really serious. We do have independent research, even though they don't get college credit for it, but that seems to light a fire under most of the students. Our transfer rate is high, and we're growing quite rapidly right now.
Hi, my name is Bao Wang. I'm from South Plains College, near South Plains area, Panhandle area, and we serve students. There's two predominant fields. Either we serve nursing students who wants to get an LVN or associate degree, and we also serve pre-professional students, lots of pre-pharmacy, pre-medicine, a lot of veterinary students. So our goal is to provide first 2 years of chemistry courses, which is general chemistry 1 and organic chemistry 1, and ultimately transfer them to four-year institution. And similar to other colleges, we do have a difficulty with organic chemistry because of the course number difference between the college and the university. So hopefully that can get fixed through the FOS.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Reyes from Tarrant County College from DFW, Fort Worth. In our college, we offer all the courses from the introductory all the way to organic. Our main tracks are health profession, different technical programs, mainly four-year transfer. In addition to that, we also have an associate degree in chemistry, kind of within the last 3 or 4 years, and a big number of students. So this is super important for us. Just repeating what they said, our students have a lot of problems getting some of the courses transferred and being accepted at the four-year institutions.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prakash Nair. I come from Northwest Vista College in San Antonio, Texas, one of the 5 colleges under the Alamo College umbrella. A special hello to Maria, Darren, and Stephen. We were together on the tuning council with the coordinating board a couple of years back, so I was glad to see them here. Just like other community colleges, I think we do serve pre-med students. We have pre-pharmacy, pre-dentistry, many of the professional programs, along with the intro track, which is the allied health field. And I have to piggyback on many of you in saying the course numbering for the organic is always a major issue. And I'm truly hoping we can get that resolved. Thanks.
I'm Carlos Moreno at South Texas College in McAllen, Texas. We offer from intro all the way to organic 2. We offer 2 main tracks, the associates in chemistry and associates in pre-pharmacy. We graduate anywhere between 10 to 20 chemistry students a year and about the same number of pre-pharmacy students, just as they're saying with the transfer issue. Same here, but we service all fields, pre-med students all the way to students wanting to go actually in the technical side of the chemistry. So.
Hello, I'm Shelley Hampy from Weatherford College in Weatherford, Texas, just west of Fort Worth. Our chemistry students can enroll in freshman and sophomore level classes just like most of your other community colleges. And most of my students are taking prereqs for allied health entry or pre-professional programs, and a handful of them also transfer to your universities for biochemistry or chemistry degrees or engineering degrees, things like that.
Hello, I'm Cameron Jorgensen. I'm at Texas A&M International University. That's in Laredo, Texas. We're a four-year PUI school, so we offer a BS in chemistry, just an undergraduate degree. Most of our students do opt to do research while they're with us, which is really nice. So we have a good research program there. Our students primarily are kind of pre-med focused, but we have had several go on to graduate programs as well, and also have had some students go into the forensic sciences in the local area, which is really nice.
Howdy, my name is Holly Gady. I'm from Texas A&M University in College Station. We have 6,000 students enrolled in freshman chemistry right now and about 2,500 students enrolled in organic chemistry, and these students are going into all walks of life, engineering and pre-med and pre-pharmacy and pre-vet. A small fraction of those are our own majors, and we offer a BS degree, a BA degree, and different variations on that. We also have a graduate program in chemistry. Biochemistry is offered through a different department in a different college at our university.
Okay, well, thank you all. That's, I think, an impressive range of institutions and specialties and types of programs that are here today. I was really pleased with the way this committee turned out because I think we're going to have as good a range of perspectives on what chemistry can be and should be in the state to represent the full spectrum of the kinds of things students need to be taking and will be taking. And I'm hopeful that we can get a lot accomplished, do a lot of good with this committee. A number of you mentioned that one of the problems that you have in your department is courses not transferring or courses not being mapped because they have different numbers or different functions or something like that. That's a problem that we are going to fix by this time tomorrow. That problem will be of the past by this time tomorrow because this committee is going to fix it. Because what a field of study does is it determines the set of lower division requirements for the major that are guaranteed by law to transfer and apply to all public institutions of higher education across the state. So I'll get into that a little bit later when I give you a little background and introduction to what fields of study are and how they work. But I just want to emphasize to you that the importance of what we're doing here today and the far-reaching impact of it. The first thing we need to do is to appoint a recording secretary to help me take notes because I may miss some things, and of course I can't take notes while I'm speaking or giving a presentation or answering questions as well. It's not too terribly onerous a job because you don't have to record every little he said, she said that goes back and forth. You just need to keep track of what the topics of conversation are as we go. If there are any major points of contention or major points of discussion within that topic, make note of that. And of course, I need you to record carefully the wording of any formal motions that are made, any amendments to it that are made, and a final vote count so that we have that clearly in the record. If some things slip by, fortunately, we've got the recording going on, so we can always go back to the recording and check things. If you would like to help with this but don't have a laptop with you, don't let that stop you because I can get you a laptop. So do we have any volunteers who would like to put your name forward? Excellent. Mark Haney. Do we have any others? Shall we bring this down to an election? Okay. All right. So by acclamation, I assume, Mark Haney will be our recording secretary. Thank you very, very much for that. Much obliged. Now, we also need to appoint 2 co-chairs. This is not the coordinating board's committee. This is a faculty committee. It's your committee. It's your job to advise the coordinating board and advise the board of what it is that they should pass and advise coordinating board staff of how we should proceed. So because it is your meeting, we have to have 2 co-chairs who are members of this committee. What the co-chairs will do, there will be 2 of them, one from representing the 2-year institutions and one representing 4-year institutions. You'll run the meeting itself. You'll call on people. You'll keep us on our agenda. You'll control the pace and the flow of the conversation to make sure that we get the job done. After the meeting is over, I'll work with you, the 2 co-chairs, to help me get the document formatted of the curricula that we approve to get it through our board procedure. If there are any little minor changes or rewording or any tinkering along the edges of it, I'll work carefully with the co-chairs about that, of course, with the full committee's approval. Also, when we get public comments on this, our curriculum will go out for a 30-day public comment period. I'll work with the co-chairs to make sure that I have an accurate ballot of yes or no questions based on the public comments that I can give to the rest of the committee so that you can offer your feedback on that. And with the advice and consent of the co-chairs, we'll decide whether or not this committee needs to come back for a second meeting to discuss the public comments and to put on the public record any major changes that we decide to make on the curriculum that we put forward this week. So I'll also pause for a minute after we have our election and meet with the 2 co-chairs and give them some advice and some suggestions based on previous meetings. So I don't want to throw you totally into the deep end. And I have a little handout that I can give you to help guide you through the process as well. So do we have, first, starting with the 2-year colleges, anyone who would like to put themselves forward for a nomination? Beverly Clement? Okay. We have Beverly Clement from Blinn College. Do we have any other nominees? Sure. Okay. All right. Well, then, all in favor of Beverly Clement from Blinn College? Excellent. Thank you. And do we have any nominees from the 4-year institutions? Okay. Dreamy Oki from Prairie View. Did I pronounce that right? Okay. Or close. Prairie View A&M. Do we have any others? Okay. All in favor of Adrimi Oki? Excellent. Jeremy Oki, I'm sorry. Excellent. Well, thank you very much. Now, I'd like to, I know we've been hard at this now for 25 minutes. I'm sure you're all exhausted. So we're going to take a little short break while I meet with the 2 co-chairs. And if I could impose upon Bong Wong, if you could swap seats with Adarimi so that the 2 co-chairs can be up there front and center. That way you might be able to see everybody better and manage the discussion better and be front and center on the camera, if you don't mind. Okay? All right, so with that in mind, we'll take a break for about 10 minutes, and I'd like to speak with the co-chairs back here for just a minute. Thanks. Okay, thank you, everyone. I appreciate your patience. Okay, so if we can regather here, keep on moving.
Get through that first year where they're learning how to just follow directions. Turn things on time. Exactly. Yeah, I can't grade anything if I don't have it.
Okay, thank you, folks. What I'd like to do here for a few minutes while our co-chairs are getting some things organized over there is to give you a general overview of what a field of study is, also what a field of study is not, to make sure that we're clear on exactly what our task here is today. I know this is like a textbook, deadly dull way in the wrong way to begin a PowerPoint presentation, but here it is. You guys are chemists, you guys are hardcore, so you can take this. To begin with the dull text of legislative statute. But this is the definition of a field of study. If a student successfully completes a field of study curriculum developed by the board, that block of courses may be transferred to a general academic teaching institution and must be substituted for that institution's lower division requirements for the degree program for the field of study into which the student transfers, and the student shall receive full academic credit towards the degree program for the block of courses transferred. I've been trying to get that memorized. I'm almost there. I want to zero in on two of those terms. Substituted. When it says here that the field of study must be substituted for the institution's lower division requirements, that means that the field of study is the complete list of all the lower division courses required for the major. That means that the receiving institution cannot add any additional, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, be careful with that.
Drop some glasses.
That means the receiving institution can't add any lower division requirements for a student who transfers in with a complete field of study. Now, there are a lot of implications to this, okay? That means that if a university has prerequisites for their upper division level class, and that prerequisite is not in the field of study, they can't require the student to take it. Okay. That means that an institution cannot add any additional courses that they may have for their native students to students coming in with a completed field of study. Okay? That means that we don't want to create a field of study that's too big because it's going to make students carve out semester credit hours in their upper division to make room for all the courses that must transfer that are in a field of study. But you also don't want to make a field of study that's too small, because if you're doing that, you're making students maybe ill-prepared for demanding upper division courses, and you may not include all of the prerequisites that many universities are going to ask their students to take. So you want to get a field of study that's not too big, not too small, that's just right. The focus here that needs to be clearly on what it is that students need to know in order to succeed at the upper division. Sometimes those learning objectives aren't all neatly packaged and contained in any one course or set of courses, but they're spread out generally across the core curriculum and the field of study. That's what we're aiming for. After 60 semester credit hours, after 2 years at most, maybe less, at a community college, will a student be prepared to be a junior at any university in Texas in a chemistry major, including A&M and UT? Okay? So when we say that a field of study must transfer and apply to the degree program, that means the whole 120-hour degree program. So that gives universities a little bit of flexibility here. If a student comes in with a completed field of study and the university doesn't offer or require a course that's in the field of study, then they can give the student credit towards the core curriculum for it. It's okay for courses to double dip with the field of study and the core. That's crucial. They can offer credit towards an elective They can offer credit towards a designated elective. They can get creative about how they want this to apply. But the intention of the field of study is that these are the lower division requirements for the major.
I have a question. If they're going to transfer, sometimes, universities, we do have requirements that they have to have a C or better in those courses. Are we going to have those requirements as well built into the field of studies?
And that's up to the receiving institution. Right? If the institution has the same policy that you apply to your native students, then it can apply to your transfer students. So if you require a C or better before you'll accept it for transfer, you can keep that.
Okay.
That's a good question. So how field of study courses transfer? A completed block of field of study courses transfers as a block. It's just like the core curriculum. In the core curriculum in Texas, if a student has taken the 42-hour core at Tarleton State University, they've taken it at Texas A&M University, they've taken it at Central Texas Community College. A completed core is a completed core. Even if one institution offers a different selection of courses than another institution for the core, right? Like UT offers like 10 or 12, 15, 20 different courses that can fulfill a core curriculum option, right? A small community college may only have 3 or 4 course options for that same core component area. It doesn't matter. So long as the student completes the core, they're done here, they're done everywhere. The reason for this is to help students in transfer so that they don't have to reinvent everything they already did at a community college when they transfer to a university. Field of study works with exactly the same logic. For each major, for each of the key transfer majors, this time chemistry, if they are finished with the lower division requirements at one institution, they're finished with them at all institutions for the same goal of helping students to transfer. Okay. Now, if a student doesn't finish the field of study and they only take part of the field of study, let's say a community college doesn't offer every course. Maybe a small college doesn't offer organic chemistry too. They don't have the enrollment to support it. Okay, that's all right. There's nothing in the law that says that every university has to offer every field of study course, or there's no law that says a student has to take every field of study course. But if a student has an incomplete field of study and they transfer, then the courses that they did take in the field of study still must transfer and apply to the degree. But in that case, the receiving institution can continue to ask that student to take the lower division requirements that they require of their native students. Also, if there's a very large field of study and it's impossible for a student to complete both the field of study and the 42-hour core in 60 semester credit hours, then they can still graduate with an associate degree if they have finished one or the other, either finished the core or finished the field of study, and they have 60 hours, they can still graduate with an associate degree. Which I just said. Okay. Now, this field of study is one part of a larger picture of what's going on here at the coordinating board and what's going on in Texas generally. There is a renewed and important emphasis going on transfer student success because we want to save students money. We want to facilitate the pipeline towards a degree as best as we possibly can. So we got a couple of things going on. So I want you to see the bigger picture here. We have required degree plan and advising. That's state law after 30 semester credit hours. We have this 42-hour completely transferable core curriculum. We have the lower division academic course guide manual, which we'll talk about several times over the next 2 days, which we just call the ACGM, which is the phone book, the catalog of courses that are able to be offered by all community colleges and that that are guaranteed to transfer across the state. We have the common course numbering system, and for institutions like some UT system institutions that use a different course numbering system, that's fine, but you still have to map those courses to the common course numbering system that's used in the ACGM. Again, so transfer students will know that even though a course may have a different title, it's essentially the same course, and they'll know what transfers and what doesn't. Okay. We have a new bill that just got passed in this last legislative session that says that for those courses that do not transfer, institutions now have to report that to the legislature and the coordinating board to explain why those courses didn't transfer. So we're going to learn a lot more in the coming years about what is really going on out there and what adjustments need to be made to help students here. We also have programs of study, which is not to be confused with fields of study. What fields of study are to academic programs, programs of study are to workforce programs. So for workforce fields, like, for example, plumbing, or, pipe fitting, welding, we get committees like this together of people from high schools and from colleges and technical colleges and also from the workforce. And they all get together in the same room and talk to each other about what it is that students need to know and when they need to know it, so that students can have a completely efficient pipeline from high school to technical colleges straight into the workforce. Now, another way that fields of study is part of the bigger picture is it's an important part of the overall Texas strategic plan for all of higher education. It's our 60 by 30 plan, and in case you haven't noticed, the coordinating board is pretty aggressive about trying to advertise this and make sure that everyone in the state knows what's going on with this. And as faculty members, it's important for you to understand it too. This is the direction that Texas is headed in. We have 4 primary goals here in the 60 by 30 plan, and field of study contributes importantly to a few of these, and I want to zero in on that. The first 2 goals are completion goals, right? By the year 2030, we want 60% of Texans in that age bracket to have some sort of certificate or degree. And by the year 2030, we want to have 550,000 students in that year complete a degree. Now, it's ambitious. It's ambitious, but we can plausibly get there. And the ways that we're going to have to try to get there are we're going to have to close some of these gaps. For example, completion rates in time to degree for transfer students lag behind those of native juniors. The 4-year graduation rate for the cohort receiving junior status, 2013, was 84% for native students and just 66% for transfer students. So a big gap in the 4-year completion degree. Now, that's not always a big surprise, because transfer students coming from colleges, one reason why many students are going to a college is because they have work commitments, they've got family commitments, they're not going to school full time. So we expect, in many ways, transfer students to take longer to get the degree, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it's nevertheless something we want to keep our eye on, because the longer students are in a degree, of course, the longer they're having to pay for that degree, and the longer they may be delaying their full entry into a much higher paying workforce position. There's all kinds of things that institutions have been doing to help transfer students after transfer to increase their completion rate and to lower their time to degree, and we certainly salute that. We put out a report every year, a transfer student report, transfer success report. And we asked universities and colleges in this comprehensive survey every year of what are your barriers to transfer and what are the things that you're doing to help with transfer. And it's really impressive the kinds of answers we get from institutions and the creative ways that they're approaching all this. But the coordinating board can only do so much at the state level. You're doing your end at the institutional level. But fields of study and related to things that I talked about a second ago are the kinds of things we can do statewide to try to help. Also, to contribute towards this goal, these are some important numbers, right? The statewide average for native students was 5.5 years to graduate. Okay? But the statewide average for transfer students is 7.6 years to graduate. Now, that's a difference of over 2 full years that it's taking transfer students to get the same degree as native students. That's 2 years of student debt. That's 2 years of not getting a mortgage, not buying a house. That's 2 years of not having the full-time job and contributing towards retirement. That's 2 years of maybe postponing a family or a marriage. That's 2 years of being in school, 2 years of finding a parking place, right? All those things that are involved with having to be in school a full other 2 years. Now, one of the reasons why, not the only reason, but one of the reasons why is because of the semester credit hours, okay? This, I think, is a really eye-popping statistic here. In 2018, students took an average excess of 6 semester credit hours, but transfer students took an excess of up to 23 semester credit hours, which is a full academic year of courses. Now, there are different ways to count this, and there are different ways to crunch the numbers on this, but it could be up to 23 semester credit hours. Maybe it's a little less than that in reality. But these are courses that the student did not have to take. They're not applying to their degree program. They're courses that they paid for. They're courses that they spent time on, a whole year of courses, and that's just the average. Half of them took more than that. Okay? Now, this is what Field of Study is trying to fix. Our goal here is that by the year 2030, student loan debt will not exceed 60% of first-year wages. Right? Now, if we're going to get to that goal, we're going to have to try to reduce the cost of higher education for these students. And as you well know from your institutions, we've already cut it pretty much to the bone in terms of what institutions can do to cut. Nobody wants to raise tuition. Nobody wants to raise fees. You've already reduced your staff. We already rely very heavily on adjunct teaching all across the board, right? We've already cut back on maintenance of buildings. You know how it is on your campus. The budget has already been cut. How else can we reduce the cost of education, right? If you're not going to raise fees and you're not going to cut even further. Well, one of the few remaining answers to reduce student debt with that is to get students through the degree faster, right? They're taking 5.5 years to graduate. Let's get that down to 4 years as best we can. Let's get those 23 extra semester credit hours that aren't counting and try to get that down to just maybe 1 or 2 courses that don't count toward the degree, or none at all. If a student can get through their degree in 4 years with maximum perfect efficiency, that's going to save them the greatest amount of money. So that's why we're doing Field of Study. Okay, that's why not the coordinating board, it's the legislature. The legislature got an earful from parents and from students about the student debt crisis in Texas, which is, of course, a nationwide crisis in student debt. And legislatures were intent on trying to do something to fix this. And they gave their marching orders to the coordinating board and said, we want to see about 25 fields of study by the start of the next legislative session. And we've met that goal, and we're trying now to extend that out to some of the most popular transfer majors in the state, and chemistry is in the top 25 of the most popular transfer fields. Okay. So in that survey I told you about that institutions take when they identify their barrier to transfer, the number one barrier that they identified was the same one that several of you mentioned going around the room here, which is students are taking courses that aren't transfer. So in a field of study, every course is guaranteed by law to transfer and apply to a degree program. And so students, if they're advised well, will know exactly what courses to take, and by omission, what courses not to take as soon as they enroll, or even as soon as they begin taking dual credit high school. Now, this is the kind of money we're talking about here. Remember how I said that the average number of excess semester credit hours for transfer students is 23. Okay, that's 7 courses. If a student, these are the average community college tuition and fee costs and the average university costs. If a student has to take a course at a community college and then that course doesn't transfer and the receiving institution says, no, we want you to take this other course instead of the one you took, then that same student had to take 2 classes to check off 1 box in their degree. Okay? If they had to do that for all 23 of those all 21 or so of those extra semester credit hours, that cost them $8,000, $8,400 to check off that box, when it could have cost them only $2,000 if they had just taken the course at the community college and had that course apply. So we can today, if we do this right, by creating a field of study, we could save the average student in Texas, the average community college, the average chemistry major transfer student in Texas, we can save them almost $6,400. Even if we stop them from taking just 1 extra course, you've saved the student $900. And that's real money for our community, especially for our community college students. James?
Has there been any talk about the external agencies requiring students to be full-time, like an insurance policy or something? A student may have 3 or 6 hours needed for their field of study, and yet they're required to take 2 extra courses to come up to 9 or 12 hours.
No, the way the legislation is written, if a student has an incomplete field of study, the receiving institution has to take those courses, but they can then ask the student to take all the additional courses that their native students have to take. Is that what you're asking?
I may have used the wrong term with field of study. I mean for their degree program. Say they're a junior or a senior, they've transferred in 30 hours of college credit from high school, which everybody says is a great thing. Then they're a junior and they can't take biochem, inorganic, P-chem, all the last 2 years of chemistry to fill out a full load because those courses are sequential.
Oh.
So because of the requirement to be a full-time student, they have to take 2 extra courses that are not needed for their degree.
To be full-time.
I see.
Well, those are problems that we can't solve. That's beyond the purview of this committee.
If the legislators were aware of that as a driver, it's not always a transfer issue. A lot of times it's finishing out the degree. Students for financial aid will not be able to apply their money to courses that are not in their major, or if you use the term field of study, so then they get a double major, which adds another 30 hours. So the students are in a real fix, and it's external agencies that are driving this.
I hear you. I think that's something that the coordinating board can and should look at in more detail. And if you have some perspective on that, particularly for your chemistry programs, we can't really do this today as part of this meeting unless we have time at the end. But I'd appreciate hearing from you on that, and I'll collect your responses. If you could put something in writing to that effect, I'll make sure that the right people here, that it gets to their attention. Because I agree, we don't want to create a burden in the act of trying to relieve a burden. Create 2 problems over here while we solve 1 problem over there. That is not what we're here to do. So I want to make sure we have that covered.
Yeah, I have a question. I mean, those 23 hours that you're talking about, that does not include remedial courses, right? And it's just extra hours. Are those extra hours because when they were completing an associate's degrees, they were required to take other classes that are not applied to the chemistry degree plan? And that's why they have extra classes?
Those 23 I talked about do not include developmental education.
Oh, okay. But when I'm saying,
don't count towards the degree or towards the semester credit hours.
But is it possible that it's because they're trying to get an associate's degree in the community college, and that includes courses that don't apply to the 4-year degree plan?
It could. It also includes students who change majors. When you change majors, as we all know, you lose all kinds of semester credit hours. That's just the price of that choice. But what I'm worried about, we can't, of course, address every possible scenario, but the problem I'm worried about is, say you've got a student who wants to be a chemistry major, okay? They want to go to Texas A&M, to study chemistry, one of our premier chemistry programs. They've looked at A&M's requirements. Their advisor has looked at A&M's requirements, and they've said to the student, these are the lower division courses you should take, these 6 courses, right? Here's what A&M wants you to take. And then they don't get into A&M, or they change their mind, or something else happens, and they decide to go instead to UT Permian Basin, okay? UT Permian Basin has a completely different set of lower division requirements, right? Because every university here just makes up their own for every major, right? They do it the way they want to do it. That's the way they've always done it. Okay, each institution's been thinking like an island and not thinking of collectively as a state. Here's what we can do. So that student has to take 3 additional classes at Permian Basin that aren't required at Texas A&M, right? Because an institution has different requirements. That's what we can fix, right? If we have a set of common lower division requirements for the major, and maybe it's not perfect for everybody. Maybe it's not what every institution would have picked just for themselves, but it's enough to make sure that students are going to do okay in upper division level courses. Then that student, they're just as safe with those courses going to A&M as they are to Permian Basin or Texas State or Texas Tech or any other university in the state. Yes, thought.
Can we suggest having like this course or that course, or has to be a set of courses that is going to be solid. These are the courses that they have to take.
Well, the way law is written, it has to be a uniform curriculum that is guaranteed to transfer and apply to any university in Texas. It also works backwards, by the way. If a student transfers from one university to another university and they have the field of study, it still works. Or if they go from a college to a college, field of study still works, or a university to a college, the field of study still has to be honored and applied. There's just no practical way to make it so that there's one field of study for UT system schools and for A&M system schools and Houston system schools, or just these two universities are exempt and everybody else has to follow it. That's not the way the legislation is written. I'm not sure that's what you're asking.
Because we have a list, I mean, I look at the 2012, the one that they suggested. For example, they're saying calculus 1, just an example. Can we say either calculus 1 or calculus for science major? Can we do it that way, like going two different courses?
Yes, you could have options within the field of study where you could say, take one of the following 3 courses. And if the courses each of the choices will bring the student to the same general learning objective, then that's okay. Like, for example, I'll just pick an example. The English Language and Literature Field of Study Committee said take 2 of any of the following courses. American Literature 1, American Lit 2, British Lit 1, British Lit 2, World Lit 1, World Lit 2. It didn't matter really which if the student preferred to take American, British, or World Literature, because the goal would be essentially the same. You're getting a lower division literary survey. You're learning about a stretch of literature culture over time, and you just want to give the students some general choice. So you can do that if there's a choice. Like there are some physics courses. There's university physics and college physics. One is algebra based, one is not. This committee may decide that if you have a physics requirement, you don't really care which one the student takes. They're both fine. Then you could say choose one of the following 2 physics courses. Okay. Yes?
What if the lower division courses that we put in our field of study, that the transfer institution has them as an upper division course? Can they still have to take the course that's taken in community college?
That's an important question. There's nothing by law that says they have to. I think universities should do what it is that they think is in the best interest of the student. You don't want to have a student duplicate course content unnecessarily. That being said, if your upper division course you feel is substantially different from the lower division course, that it really is a different course, right? Then you can keep it at the upper division and make the field of study transfer student also take it at the upper division. You also might want to equally consider whether or not that course needs to be at the lower division if that's what most other institutions in Texas seem to be doing, right? If only 1 or 2 institutions, a handful of institutions, is offering a course at the upper division, everybody else is offering at the lower, and it's part of the field of study, maybe it's time for you to revisit that issue, because you don't want to have a learning gap in your classrooms between your transfer students and your native students who've had 2 completely different curriculum experiences. If you can reduce that knowledge gap between your students, it's going to be easier for your faculty to be able to teach the same level to all your students at the same time. Now, I sent you a database, and I can put it up on the screen later if we need it, of what courses are offered by how many universities and how many colleges and what their enrollments are. You might see from that, like for example, Calculus 3 is a good example, right? Calculus 3 is in the ACGM. It can be offered by colleges, by community colleges. It can be added to the field of study, but I think a plurality of universities offer that at the upper division. So adding it to the field of study might be a burden on a whole lot of universities who would have to face that conflict that you just articulated. Should we accept this as credit towards our upper division course? Yeah, but we don't want to, but we'll do it if we have to. I mean, if we can avoid things like that, that's fine. So that's an important thing to consider when you're thinking about courses for the field of study.
I'd like to add to that. We accept the organic chemistry if it comes over as a 200 level at our university. The problem that comes in that people sometimes don't understand is that I have it as an upper level. That's 8 hours of upper level. I'm required 36 hours of upper level. So it fits for the organic, but they might have to take 8 more additional hours to meet the upper level hours. So that still won't fix that problem. We still will have to have 8 hours that they're going to have to take in addition. Could be anything, but they're going to have to take additional 8 to meet the 36.
Yeah, when a field of study is published and approved by the board, there are a whole lot of curriculum committee meetings that suddenly pop up where questions like this need to get addressed by each institution. You know, do we have room now for more designated electives than we used to? Because a course has been booted from the upper division to a lower division now. You know, there's all kinds of issues. This isn't easy. This is not easy for institutions to sometimes make this adjustments. Sure. It involves some staffing changes at some institutions, especially colleges, where a course is now in the field of study. It's going to get a lot more student demand when it's in the field of study. More sections of that course might have to be offered, or maybe a course that you haven't offered before at a small college might need to be offered now because you want to be sure that your students can complete the field of study at your institution. It's a major plus for those students. So new faculty may have to be hired or reassigned. I mean, there are a lot of implications to what we're doing. Mark, did you have a question?
So you had mentioned earlier, and this is just for clarification as we move forward, that a person could graduate with an associate's following either a core curriculum or a board-approved field of study. So would the implication of that be that a person, if our field of study exceeded the hours that a student would take at 2 years. So in other words, they've gotten to 60 hours, and our field of study actually requires more hours than we can fit in study and keep the core. Would that mean that those core courses could be pushed to the institution the student is transferring to? They still get the associates, but then we'll say, well, they'll have to take those other core courses in their junior and senior year?
That's right. Right. If a student, the reason why this is there is primarily for some degree programs like architecture and engineering programs that are way more than 60 hours. Okay, the field of study are like 32 hours for architecture or mechanical engineering. There's no way you can do that at a 42-hour core and graduate in 60. So a student would be well advised to complete the field of study first. That way they're sure they can transfer and they're sure they'll get those courses. And every university is going to offer courses to fulfill the core. So they can finish their core after transfer.
If I can continue on with that, you had sent us, in preparation for attending the meeting, this question: should the chemistry field of study cover these programs? And this is for everybody on this. These were biochemistry, molecular biochemistry, chemistry general, and forensic chemistry. And certainly as we look at the courses we want to add to this, if the field of study would take priority, that would certainly affect the courses that we might add so that we can get these programs in the envelope of chemistry as we go forward with that.
Well, we'll certainly get into that here in a bit. But that brings up a point that I should add, that we can also have tracks within a field of study. You can make more than one field of study, okay? If you want to have one field of study for BS students, a slightly different field of study for BA students, a slightly different field of study for those who want to go into teaching, a slightly different field of study for those who want to do biochemistry or forensic chemistry. We can create 2, 3, 4, 5 fields of study if you think that's appropriate. I don't really encourage that much because it's complex for students. It creates some misunderstandings. Sometimes students don't know exactly early on what track they want to go into. So an all-purpose, one-size-fits-all field of study is easier on everybody. But if you feel like a different track is necessary, then that's certainly something that we can do and we should do if you feel like students who are going into, say, biochemistry, for example, would be ill-prepared if they take the field of study in chemistry that you're proposing. We want to help those students and create something different for them. Or you may decide that we don't have the expertise in the room to determine biochemistry and you want to leave that off your plate. That's what happened when biology met. We had a biology meeting last year that created a field of study, and they didn't want to touch biochemistry. They said, "Oh, let the chemistry committee talk about that, because we're not here. We don't know what to do with that." So you guys may say the same thing. I don't want to do biochemistry. I'll kick that back to some other committee, and maybe we'll call together 24 other biochemists to put together a field of study for that. Was there a question? Bong or Stephen or somebody? Did I see a hand? Please, first.
Some schools, I mean, we don't have it. I know Maria and Thomas have the HCS accreditation for their chemistry, and the courses that you guys are taking for that is different than other schools. If somebody's transferring and is going to be conflict with those accreditation, because you guys are taking, is it general chemistry that you're taking for the accreditation?
Well, I mean, what I can tell you is, I mean, from the Texas tuning, that we were part of it. If you look at the chemistry prerequisite flow chart that we came up a few years ago, if you take these classes, you can move into our upper level courses in our ACS certified program, because these are the prereqs. Even for my physical chemistry one, which is one of the most challenging courses, and Darren also teaches those classes as well. If you have all these classes, you're ready to take my pick in one. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'd like to add, though, some of our lower level courses are for the ACS, like quantitative analysis, and may have an inorganic at the lower level. If they feel complete, they will not be able to take those two courses to get into the upper level course.
That's true.
So that would give us a problem at that point for the quantitative, and some of us have inorganic at the sophomore level as well.
Yeah. Inorganic for us is a 4,000 level. Advanced inorganic is a foundational course. Yeah. But I mean, this flow chart really will get them ready into our the 3,000 upper level chemistry classes, not the 4,000, because those ones require 3,000 level courses as prereqs. But at least they can get started with these classes that are right here, that are offered by every community college here, right? Pretty much.
Well, you all are clearly ready to get into this, so I want to wrap this up really fast and let you get to it. I'm just going to whip through the few remaining points and then turn you loose. Okay, this is, again, as I said, not a coordinating board thing. This is coming from the legislature.
One second.
Please.
Can we move the screen a little bit? Is that possible? Because we really can't see the, yeah, this. Is there any way to move it?
Move what?
I guess.
There's a screen there. The TV.
Ah.
I can't get it. I'm trapped
Okay.
back here. Here,
One second. I'll be there.
Oh, I could extend her, but yeah. Oh, I think the issue is height.
Well, we have it really easy here, right?
We have a big one in front of us.
I was trying to do that. Thank you. Better. I'm actually looking at your screen. Oh, wow.
You guys are okay?
You guys got this. I've already spoken about the priority of the legislature on fields of study. These are the fields of study that we've already done, that have already been approved by the board. Pretty wide range of things. We're trying to cover the top 25, 30, 40 most popular transfer fields in the state. These are ones that may be coming up, depending, we have to get approval for these, and there's various states of, preparation about these fields of study, but these are ones that are either currently in the hopper or we're going to be proposing to create. So we got some coming up. Committee meetings like this one will decide the courses that go in the field of study. We're going to look at the courses that are already being offered in at the lower division in programs. We'll take a look at the courses that are available for us to choose from the ACGM, and we can adjust, if necessary, ACGM courses and titles and descriptions if we feel like we need to. And we can even add a new ACGM course, or at least propose one, if we feel like the ACGM offerings are very out of step with what's going on in the discipline today. Here's what a field of study might look like. These are some samples of ones that other committees have done. This is criminal justice. All the courses are from criminal justice, CRIJ, right? It's 5 courses, 18 hours, which is service. This is a good number because that fits in nicely with the 42-hour core. That leaves 3 hours left over for a free elective, so that's a good size for one. 5 or 6 courses fits really nicely into a field of study. I should really say 5 to 7 courses, because courses can double dip with the core. But when possible, you want to make sure that the student can complete the 42-hour core and the field of study in 60 hours. So 60 minus 42 is 18, which is 3 courses, and you're going to have some 4-hour labs. So that's something to consider when you think about the size of a field of study. This is the business administration. This was much larger than criminal justice, to give you an idea of how a field of study can also be larger than that and draw on several disciplines. Instead of just one discipline, CRIJ, you can draw upon many things. You can draw upon math, economics, computer information systems, accounting. You've got the whole ACGM to choose from. Now I put this one up here as just kind of a freak show. This is the biggest one we have. This is civil engineering. It's massive. It's 39 semester credit hours. This is one that a student would be advised to take the full field of study first and then finish the core later if they can. But this is also an example of how a committee can invent a new course. This last one here, Mechanics of Materials, that's a new course that the committee felt like they needed to add to the ACGM, and were successful in doing so.
In this scenario, does the four-year institution has to accept differential equation as transfer credit?
They do, right.
Okay.
Okay. This is kind of the opposite of that one. This is our smallest field of study. It's just 12 semester credit hours, and 6 of those already double dip with the core. So students have lots of extra room here in their 60 hours to take other courses that the institution may advise them, or they can go ahead and transfer early. And finally, the field of study isn't effective if it isn't used. So part of your duty on this committee is also to serve as a kind of ambassador for the field of study for chemistry, to explain it to your home institution, to make sure that your students are getting the right words, to make sure that your advisors understand what they need to communicate about fields of study, to make sure that you communicate with your colleagues in your college system, in your university system, your peer institutions, about getting the field of study adopted and adapted as much as is necessary to make sure for student success here. It's not a requirement of state law that every college offer all the courses in a field of study. Okay? It's not state law that every student has to take all the courses in a field of study. But these things will happen if we get behind it and really make sure these things happen.
I was intrigued by the civil engineering field of study. This was a recommendation to the coordinating board. Is it just that, or can there be pushback? I just do the math on this and its impact on student success and the ability to graduate in 4 years, and it seems challenging.
Well, every field of study goes out for a 30-day public comment period, and we take that very seriously. You will get every public comment that we receive on this and be asked to evaluate the actionable recommendations in each one of those. And if there is some widespread agreement to adapt some of those, we'll come back for a second meeting so that we comply with open meetings laws and make sure that our deliberations are part of the public record and broadcast live so that the public can see what it is we're talking about and how it is we're talking about it. And then if we make changes, it goes back out for another 30-day public comment period until this committee and the public arrive at a compromise and a consensus on what it is that's going to work. So that's a very important part of the process. It slows it down, but it makes sure that we get something that can work for as many institutions as possible. And if there are problems with this, the implementation of this, then please keep in touch. Let me know. This will be reviewed every 5 years to make sure that it's coherent and up to date with changes in the discipline. And we can come back sooner than that. We can come back at any time. If the co-chairs and you feel like we need to come back for another meeting because something isn't working, we can come back and do this again next year, or 2 years from now, or 3 years from now, and make changes and adjustments. So that would be the same, I would say, for civil engineering or any other published field of study. If there's something that the coordinating board needs to know that is not working, then get it in writing and get it to me. And we'll see if that committee needs to come back and make an adjustment. Okay. So with that, I will finish and turn this, well, we have an implementation guide, which I sent you in a link already, and I want you to refer that to you and your colleagues if they have any questions. And of course, I'm always happy to answer any questions. So with that, I will turn it over to our co-chairs, and we'll go ahead and get started with the meat and potatoes of this. Okay? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. It appears our main discussion today is about discussion of the field of study curriculum, and then having to go through what we have in there. So basically, we will be looking at there's a worksheet for the chemistry field of study program, right? So we're going to try to look at all of those courses one by one, and then I make an agreement if, or discussion, and then I agree on that. Is there anything you want?
Well, coming at it from the community college side, since we live within the ACGM and what we're allowed to teach, we are allowed to teach General Chemistry 1 and its lab, General Chemistry 2 and its lab, OChem 1 and OChem 2. We don't have courses that are analytical that are approved by the board to be offered by a two-year college or any of those others. So just a general core that the community college student could take and then transfer in without having to take what somebody might say is basket weaving for something else. So just a generalized list, this is what you need to take that will transfer.
Okay, we start looking at the courses. Let's just start with the chemistry courses. Let's start with the General Chemistry 1. Yes.
We were looking through this. One of my associate provosts and we were looking through this, and several of the courses actually, I think there are duplicates that are called different things. For example, differential calculus for us is Calculus 1. And so does it make sense to try to figure out which ones are duplicates, and then that would narrow down the list of courses that we would consider? I don't know if that would be useful.
Is it for everybody's duplicate, or is it only at your school? I wonder if the list that they put together here, some school might have Calculus 1 and that course as well. Is that?
I don't know. It's just that
right.
If they're distinct, then.
I don't know. I know we have Calculus 1. We don't have the other one, so.
When I hear differential calculus, I think differential equations, which is somewhat equivalent or beyond Calc 3.
I think you have to stay with the common course numbering and not worry about the title.
Right.
You just go with the course numbering, and I mean, can we all agree that at least these need to be on our field of study?
That's 2012.
Yes.
Yes, but I think this is at least what needs to be on our field of study. Would it speed things along if we go ahead and dump these into our field of study?
Can we see a show of hands of who was on the tuning committee that's here? Quite a few of you are. Would somebody like to just give a brief overview of what the tuning committee was and what it did and how it arrived at these?
Could I jump in? I mean, Oh, you were going to say something, Darren? No, because, I mean, we worked on this together a few years ago, and the idea was to put something together that will facilitate the students getting into the four-year institutions and start taking upper-level courses. So I support the statement. If we already had done so much work into it, and you really have courses that pretty much most of the community colleges offer, I mean, why do we have to reinvent the wheel?
I think that maybe the only thing that might be questioned by some programs is that you have the option to have college physics or university physics. That might be a consideration, but otherwise, yes, this is already a lot of work done.
Well, Darren, do you want to say something? Because I remember you emphasizes the need for this university physics.
Yes, this committee was very similar to this one. It was a little bit smaller, but we had representatives from 2-year and 4-year institutions. We surveyed using the American Chemical Society list of chemistry professors in the whole state. We received, I think it was close to 500 responses to our survey. Went through their comments and so on this. The college and university physics was an issue. Like our particular university, we will accept college physics for the chemistry degree. Other universities will not. And so that's going to be a problem for the field of study right there. If there's if you say college physics and universities don't accept that, I don't know how to fix that. So that's not really in our control in terms of chemistry courses, but it is something we have to deal with the field of study.
Can we have the option of either college or university physics?
We have it in our university. And
I think that the problem is that it sounds like if we put it as an option on the FOSS, then that means if they took either of those at a community college, it would have to transfer to our university. Having it as university physics on the FOSS, that means that we can accept it at our university as either university physics, or if we didn't require them to take university, we could say that that counts as their non-university physics course. So I think that it would be safer to just stick with the university physics, because then if we don't want them to have the non-university physics, we have to take, we can keep them with the university physics, yeah.
So when I went to college as a chemistry major, the college physics was required for BA majors, and then BS majors were required to take the university physics. So if it becomes a problem, maybe we can design a FOS for BA versus BS and have that distinction clear.
It's my understanding, though, that even as a four-year institution, we don't have to have in our degree plan the FOSS, right? We don't have to, like, while we accept all the credits, if we wanted to keep with the college physics in our degree plan, we're not required to change.
Yes, that is true. The universities can have separate curricula for their native students and for their transfer students. Clearly, the closer those two can get aligned, the easier it's going to be for your faculty in the classroom, and there won't be as much of a learning gap between your native and your transfer students. So over time, we're hopeful that the field of study and the lower division curricula for native students will converge, but we're realistic about that not happening overnight. It may take a cohort or two, and it may take several meetings of your committees to see what's working and what's not working, to see how those two can come together. But you're right, there's nothing, the same thing, incidentally, I should say, for colleges. If you have a standalone associate's degree in chemistry, there's nothing in the law that says it has to equal point for point the field of study. For example, your associate degree could have additional courses beyond what is required in the field of study. I think you would be doing your students an enormous service if all the field of study courses were in your associate degree, because those students who changed their mind and decided to transfer would be in an excellent position. But there's nothing in the law that says that.
Is it?
So we had this internal argument with our faculty about, what the core classes were that we needed to have for, students that were transferring. And I'd like to thank the steering committee because the list of courses they've provided are very clear. And I think it pretty much nails, the major things, because my thinking is, okay, we don't offer physical chemistry at community college, but students who are going on to four-year institutions are going to need to take that class, and it's generally listed as a junior level course, which requires, at least 2 semesters of calculus and at least 2 semesters often of university level physics, not always, and some organic chemistry. So I think this game plan right here is a pretty good template to go with, at least from how I'm looking at it.
Have institutions been using the tuning curriculum? Has it been widely implemented at your institution and others? Have you even heard of it?
No, I had never heard of it. In fact, I was so happy when you sent the email, because I was thinking, okay, how are we going to look through all of this list? And, you kind of have a general idea, like, okay, well, the first few seem good, but this really puts it in perspective, so.
I know university physics would solve the problem in the sense of that's the higher level. Is anything against us putting a note there that says some universities may accept college level, please check with your university? Or you want to get away from that?
We really want to get away from that. Yeah, I think you should probably just make the choice. Which of the 2 courses, decide which, either give the students a choice and spell it out, but I think students will, if you have a choice of, say, either take university or college physics, then students will just have to have the common sense, or their advisors will have to know enough to say, what university are you planning to go to, and let's check their requirements on that.
I was just going to say that they may not have known they were using the tuning, but it reflected what was being done at the four-year institutions anyway. So whether they would say they even knew about the tuning, this was what the practice was. By the time you're a junior, you need to have all of these courses done. Yeah.
I guess my with the 60-30 goals, to me is that you would prefer to have a student to take the university physics because it will put them in a position to be accepted at any institution, which means that most campuses would count it towards the college level physics, and they will get the credit, and then they won't have to go back and retake. But if you give them the option of taking the college physics, then the institution may say, no, you need university physics, which means that they're going to add 2 more courses to their curriculum. So I would rather for them to be over-prepared and not have to take an additional course than to may have the option of having to take an additional course.
I mean, this is something that we had discussed even when we were on the tuning council, is we are talking about Cal 1 here, the starting math, but we have to understand that students come in having to take college algebra. So we have the college algebra, we have a pre-Cal, so that's 4 hours. That's 8 hours before they get to Cal 1. So we have to remember that portion as well when we look at this chart. This starts at Cal 1, which is not traditional for many community college students. So.
More importantly, it's not 8 hours, it's 2 full semesters, so it's 24 hours. Yeah, so it just really lengthens their degree. We're not saying they can't be chemistry majors, but we're saying you're not starting a 4-year degree if you're starting with algebra. Yeah, and that was the one pushback we got when we did a public forum, and some folks from 2-year schools were saying, you're telling me that my students can't major in chemistry because they're not ready for calculus. And I said, absolutely not. I'm telling you that you need to tell those students they're not on a 4-year plan. They may be on a 6-year plan. So.
Well, this is what to do with Algebra 1. This comes up a lot in fields of study, and there's no one simple answer for this. The general rule of thumb seems to be that you want to start the field of study for the purposes of the math courses, you want to start the field of study at the starting point that your discipline uses. In other words, if the starting block for everyone is really Calculus 1, then those students who need to take algebra in order to get to Calculus 1 will have to take it before they can really even get to the starting block. And you're right, if that means that their program ends up being longer than 4 years, then that's just the way it is if they chose a chemistry major and they came in unprepared for that. On the other hand, you don't want to build into the field of study hidden prerequisites, because that's doing a disservice to your students too. You're misleading them about the nature of your degree, the nature of your requirements, the cost and the time of your degree. So there's no easy way to solve this issue. So I think the best advice I got on it was to think about at what level do most of your students already come in prepared for. If most chemistry majors have wanted to be chemistry majors since high school, they are pretty much math and science oriented students anyway. They almost certainly either took Algebra 1 in high school, or they placed out of it on the SAT exam, or they placed out of it on a CLEP exam. And they came into community colleges first year ready to take either pre-calculus or calculus. Then you don't need to put Algebra 1 in the field of study, because if you do put it in the field of study and a student takes that course, those 3 hours for algebra have to apply to the degree program and transfer, which means a university may have to shave off 3 hours of their upper division level curriculum, valuable course, to make room for the 3 hours they now have to take in for algebra. So I think you just need to think about, and we need to hear from the college representatives here, where are your students, most of your students, there's always going to be exceptions, but where are most of your students coming in prepared to start your chemistry associate degrees? And we can look at this list up here on the board of how many institutions include algebra in their existing requirements, and really it's not very many. 2 institutions include linear algebra, and we're talking about college algebra. Yeah, college algebra is required by 1 institution, West Texas.
Well, I think that's because it's a prereq for Gen Chem 1, so we're assuming they're already ready.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the question is, for you to take chemistry 1, for you to take general chemistry 1, right, you must have a prerequisite as college algebra. Is that not true?
Yes.
Right.
It's not added to the degree plan, the 122 hours.
It's not added to the degree plan. I mean, for chemistry 1 to be taken, right, you must have passed college algebra, right?
Yes, and high school chemistry or introductory chemistry.
Yeah. Oh. No, I'm talking about chemistry 1.
General chemistry 1.
Or a math score of like 30-something on a THEA. I mean, there's accuplacers, there's other things. You don't have to take college algebra.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at the community college, at Austin Community College, I would say the majority of our students that are coming in to take chemistry classes, usually their first math course is not Calculus 1. It's more than likely pre-calculus is what they're starting with. And you know, there are a variety of reasons for that. We do have college algebra as a prerequisite for the General Chemistry 1 course, so they either have to be currently enrolled in college algebra or already have credit in college algebra to be taking General Chemistry 1. But this math issue is probably the most thorny issue, is how do we count this as, like, you know, because obviously calculus has built-in prerequisites. You have to have trig and college algebra for Calculus 1, and so most of our students that are coming into community college are just not at that level. They're not placing into Calculus 1. And I mean, and definitely our most popular, if you want to call it that, course is college algebra and the math and sciences. It's just, you know, the course that most of our students are starting at, whether they're in science or not. So that's where we're seeing most of our folks starting out at.
If you're looking at the ACGM, there is not a prereq for algebra to start into 1411 or 1412. And so at our college, for success, we've required that they at least be college algebra ready. Otherwise, their success rate is less than 30%. Yes.
I'm Rebecca Leslie, and I manage the AC Advisory Committee. College algebra is a prerequisite for in the ACGM. College algebra is a prerequisite for Chem 1 for all of those courses, 1311, 1411. College algebra is a prerequisite.
Or equivalent academic prep. Yeah. That's the key phrase, though.
So I think even if we were to assume that students are coming with ready for Chem 1, have they completed college algebra, the question in my mind is, should we have pre-cal as one of the courses that could be part? I know it's adding more coursework, but because having Cal 1 as the first math course, I think most of our students, I don't think, are coming with Cal 1 knowledge. So.
Yeah, but we're fighting two different wars here. One, we're trying to get courses transferred from the college and not take away from the upper level courses that are required for the major.
And the other thing to keep in mind that we had 122 hours for our degree plans, plus accreditation requirements for our programs as well.
Yes.
Yes, if it counts against the 120 hours, that's dead on arrival at our school, because we'll lose our polymer course, or we'll lose our advanced organic spectroscopy course. I mean, that's a bad trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's going to be that hidden prereq that we were talking about. Yeah.
But I think that's where advising comes into play, that if a student is not starting off at that Calc 1 level, then they need to be aware of the fact that it's going to take them a year or two more to, you know, to get to the field of study core classes.
If this is the career they want to follow, they need to make the commitment.
Correct.
And if they don't have the Cal 1, they're not going to pass an upper level course.
You're right.
Yeah.
I think as a community college, I think if you look at the list, they don't really need a calculus course until they get into physics class, which is third semester. So if they have their math problem, I think they can take care of the college algebra and trigonometry first 2 semesters in the college, which we can make them as our core instead of FOS. And then we start the FOS math as a calculus 1 and 2. So we don't burden the institution where they're transferring. But we can have them take them when they come in if they're not ready.
But you got to realize that you have only 3 credit hours in the core for math. If they take the algebra, that's going to be their. We're trying to use one of the calculus for the core.
And with our community college students, with the load and work that they're doing, taking calculus and the physics that requires that calculus in the same semester is not a good recipe.
Mm-hmm. That I agree.
A question for the general. Is there any additions to this initial outline that was turned in by the tuning committee? Yes.
Well, my concern would be the ACS accreditation aspect for people that have quantitative analysis or inorganic at the 200 level as the foundation. Then if they're not included in that, that messes up at ACS accreditation. So they either has to be in it or everybody else has to move that courses up.
I don't think we're allowed to teach that level course at a community college.
But it would have to, if you don't put it in there as required, it doesn't have to be at your school, then we can't make them take it when it comes to us.
But
can I? Okay, let me talk of the ACS. What ACS required of all of the people that wants to be accredited, right?
Yeah.
But right now we are just articulating what the community colleges can transfer in.
Okay.
Right. That's my understanding. What's
Well, the problem though is once you call everything your field of study, they can't take any additional 200 level courses. So if we got courses at 200 level that are required to take the upper level courses, it gives us a bind, and then I will never be getting out any ACS degree, certificate degrees.
So because, well, what my thinking is that the quantitative analysis, right, is not probably required specifically to take any upper level courses that, you know.
All my majors required to take the quant. And the ones that do the straight chemistry, they have to take the inorganic.
Same with UTD.
Yeah, it's a problem, and it's going to be, we either going to have to move our courses up, or it has to be part of the field of study.
There was a, I mean, interrupt, there was a 4-hour analytical chemistry one that was in the ACGM, but it was taken out in the spring of 2016.
Yes.
We used to offer it at Central Texas College, but it was removed from the
So-
ACGM.
If I may, on that, the flip side of this is, if we have students at our institution, two-year institutions, that are in this field of study, and a course is offered in the field of study that we can't teach because it's not an ACGM, we're saying we have no hope of graduating any students with a chemistry degree. So in other words, if we added inorganic chemistry to the field of study, and we can't teach it at the community college because it's not an ACGM, we're saying no graduates. Now, our accrediting agency, SACS, says that you should aim for at least one graduate every 5 years. But this would immediately remove us from being able to have a graduate period, and then we would be out of SACS accrediting standards. So we can't add something like to the field of study unless it's an ACGM, and we could offer it at our institution.
That's what I'm saying for us. We wouldn't be certified. We couldn't give out any certified degrees. So the option might be, as I say, we might have to move our courses up to upper levels. We can't keep it at the 200 level. That's a compromise of some sort. But I just want people to know that this would give ACS certifications problems, and we're going to have to make adjustments, or either put it in the field study or make adjustments as institutions of the
Michael,
university.
again, what course are you talking about? Quantitative reasoning or which?
Quantitative and inorganic.
Quantitative and inorganic.
Quantitative usually is around 200. Or
Quantitative
inorganic
what?
may or may not be. But that's a
chemistry?
foundation. We got to have foundation level courses, and then you go into an in-depth course. So usually you have one prior at a lower level, and then the upper level.
I mean, we have a quantitative analysis, but it's a 3,000 level course.
Ours, I just realized, is a 2401, so yeah, I didn't realize that.
We have one, and we put it at 340, and so ACS, we list that, the essential ones, so we haven't had any problems with that.
No, it's no problem. I'm just saying one way or the other. It has to be in it, or everybody has to realize they got to move them up.
Or can we do?
Please, I'm kind of getting confused about the ACS certification. We're not required for the BS in chemistry, right, to be ACS certified. If you want it to be certified, then ACS requires you to take maybe 1 or 2 in-depth courses. Is that not true?
Actually, it's 4 in-depth courses that they have to take, 5 foundational courses and 4 in-depth courses.
Yeah.
And one in each area for foundation.
Yes, the 5 foundational courses, what is it? Inorganic, organic, PChem, biochemistry, and analytical.
The reason I'm saying this is that we are ACS certified in our chemistry, but then we also have, ACS emphasis area. We had the emphasis area in forensic, in biomedical, right? But then that doesn't mean I can get my degree in BSc chemistry, be an ACS approved program, and I can decide not to be ACS certified. It's not mandatory for you to have an ACS approved program. Is that not? Are we understanding the same way?
But basically what I'm saying, though, is nobody will be ever get an ACS degree if the field of study is in and these people are coming in transfer. I can't offer that 200 to my native people either, because the field of study will be set.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
I don't think a lot of community colleges are going to be able to get students to that level in the field of study. So, I mean, is it possible, is that an easy thing to do, to move that to a 300 level course?
Yeah.
I've already been in the process,
Easy,
I'm already
but-
moving mine up.
And
Not-
ours, we
not
have to
trivial.
move our chemistry down from the 3,000 to the 2,000 so that we can accommodate the field of studies. We just did that this year. Yeah, it was 3,000 and now it's 2,000 starting this semester.
So I have a concern outside of chemistry is the math. So I would love to see Calculus 3 in there. So I just wanted to put that out there for discussion.
Absolutely, we second that. I talked to my colleague one of the colleagues who teaches the physical chemistry series, and he said multivariable, Calc 3 really has to be there.
I teach physical chemistry.
Yes,
Because
and
we
you
have
agree?
for our
maybe not.
PCAM
Ideally,
requires
3 courses
calculus
in
3,
calculus.
that's a prerequisite.
My question was for the quantitative inorganic, do they need organic background?
They need organic, yeah.
They need
Organic
1 and 2?
Organic too.
1 and 2? Okay.
Yeah, and we have ours at the 300 level, but as I said before, coming at the 200 is not a problem for us. We accept it. The problem comes in, that means they have to take 8 more hours of something for the 36 hours advance required on campus. So I have a problem with the 200 and 300 transfer in. That's not a problem for us.
No, because of what I was thinking is if you don't need organic 2, then the organic 2 could be organic 2 or
Well,
quantitative inorganic.
you need 4 of the 5 areas for in-depth.
Okay.
So that's one of the options. So if I take that away, then I'm going to be short one of the in-depth areas for the certification.
Okay, thanks.
I just want to mention something. Having ACS accreditation is important. We are trying to get it, but we are not department, we are not going to get it. So I think it's important for us to have that because that's the way some departments recruit chemistry students.
I've noticed an interesting thing that's happened through the years with chemistry. When the health professions, in particular medical schools, stopped requiring calculus, it created a real divide for students in terms of making decisions about whether they wanted a real science degree or not. And so we're now at a point where effectively we have students who take differential equations and become BS chemistry majors, and then all of the rest that siphon off. So we've seen a significant reduction in our number of BS chemistry majors because they no longer have that calculus requirement. It's just an observation that that divide is happening for us.
So if we put more math in our FOS, then it's going to even have lower number of chemistry.
We have no choice but to have more math. I'm just saying that the students, because they don't get into the calculus initially, it used to be they had to have a year of calculus on their way to medical school. Now they do not have to have that. So that used to at least keep them in long enough to make decisions about going on into a chemistry major. And so now they make the decision earlier to move to more discrete math and statistics as their mathematics in college, which moves them away from the more math-intensive degrees. I'm all for requiring as much math as possible for chemistry because they're not going to be successful in PChem if they haven't had up through differential equations. But it's just that it has resulted in more students moving to biochemistry and to other fields like that.
Well, on that, I mentioned when we started that we have the other 4 other areas that were asked to say, will our field of study match? And biochemistry is one of those fields of study. I think in the biochemistry field, the thing biochemists would say we should add to it would be a year of biology for majors.
Yes.
And as we're looking at adding calculus 3, and that's another requirement. And I agree that is important knowledge base to have, especially moving into PChem. But, I think we should also look at the need for adding general biology. And then, of course, we got to look at how much we're adding and saying how many hours are we going to add to this field of study. I mean, realistically, we're saying we've got to have students come in with their algebra done, got that. Now we're saying they got to have pre-calc done. Some will, some won't. But now to say we're going to start them off at Calc 1, get them through Calc 3, and then add two courses of maybe something else, if we're looking at the overall goal of how much we can bring into the tent of our field of study, in other words, how much will it count for other degrees and help students to graduate in a reasonable period of time, I'm just saying I think maybe the Calc 3 might be a little bit much, but I don't know. We got to look at other stuff too. So.
Let me interject. I'm going to make a case from our universities dealing with biochemistry, I'm going to make a case that biochemistry, we leave it alone. And the reason being is that when we decided to add a biochemistry degree, we had to decide where was it going to be housed. Was it going to be in chemistry department or the biology department? And there was a real fight there. The biologists wanted less math, less physics in their biochemistry degree. We argued for a much more rigorous chemistry-like biochemistry degree. We won, and so now a lot of the pre-meds don't go biochemistry at our place, but our biochemistry degree is probably our best degree, I think. So I think that's something that we probably maybe should be another whole meeting where you get a representation of chemistry department and biochemistry department focused biochemistry degrees, and then have them hash that out. Because I'm not sure we're going to be able to make something that would make all of them happy.
I'm kind of confused. You're talking about the chemistry, biochemistry emphasis and biology chemistry emphasis. Is that what it, because is it
about a biochemistry degree.
Is it biochemistry degree? It's not the emphasis. It's
not
just
an emphasis,
degree
a
by itself.
biochemistry degree. Yeah.
So personally, I teach biochemistry. So I'm with you. Biochemistry maybe should separate from our topic today. But as I say, biochemistry is not just pure biology. In enzyme kinetics, they involve a lot of math. So I agree that biochemistry, we should also have math focus, like Cal 1, Cal 2.
Yes.
Because every time I talk about enzyme kinetics, students have no idea about the math.
We agree. That's why we were ultimately able to get it into the biochemistry major into the chemistry
What
department.
might be a possibility here is go with this initial group. That's roughly around 32, 36 hours. And that gives them another 22, 26 hours that they can put in on their core. With biology or biochemistry, they do need a basis in biology, but that could be an addendum. If you want biochemistry, add the basic biology. You've got to have the math to do the biochemistry these days. Yeah.
Yeah, I would echo that I don't feel qualified to talk about what should be in the biochemistry FOS. I'm the wrong person for my institution to talk about that, so I think that should be a separate committee.
Biochemistry.
It will be obviously a very controversial committee. We went the other way. Biochemistry left chemistry after about 100 years and went over to biology at UT Austin.
Going to go with what we originally had on this.
And I believe at UTSA, biochemistry is with the bio department and not with the chemistry. And they allow students to take biochemistry without organic background. I don't know how, but
Pretty much this is up here.
students are taking biochemistry and organic at the same time. I don't get it, but anyway.
At SFA, biochemistry is in the chemistry department, and basically we take all the same stuff as the chemistry here, plus the freshman level biologies and then upper level biologies.
Yeah, so don't some biochemistry departments, don't they even have separate requirements as far as like there's a biophysical chemistry course that they can take in place of physical chemistry? So that has entirely different, is basically a different animal altogether. So I mean, I guess I believe also this should probably be dealt with a separate group, because it's, not just chemistry. It's, it's divided. And so many departments don't even have biochemistry in their department anymore. It's its own subject.
Should we make that motion to go ahead and dismiss that one?
Sounds good to me.
Okay, there's been a call for a motion to drop the biochemistry. Is there a second? All in favor?
Wait. think those who
Just to be safe.
those who are watching online or for the recording, they can't see all the hands, so we need to say out loud what the vote counts are.
What I was saying, can you restate the motion just to be clear?
We are proposing that we drop the biochemistry trailer or rider from the chemistry field of study from our current discussions.
Okay.
That was made and seconded. Are there any opposed? It is carried.
That's good.
Are there any additional courses looking at what the chemistry prerequisite flow chart? Are there any courses that you feel very strongly should be added or dropped?
Well, again, I'm going to second Texas A&M. I think for us, we would like to see Calculus 3 added here. The numbers work out if you, when we were doing the math on this, because if we're looking 18, and some of these would be counted dual against core and everything, so the numbers do work out fine. So.
Some chemistry tracks may not require the Cal 3. So if this becomes part of the field of studies, the students are required to take Cal 3, or they just have the option to take it if they need it.
Again, I believe he had said that we are not required to make our students complete the field of study. He said that down the line in the future, they're hoping eventually that kind of falls into what we expect. But again, the problem's going to be that the students that require it right now, if we don't put it on there, are not going to be able to even tell the students that they're required to take it anymore.
But the thing is, if the community colleges don't offer Cal 3, nobody can get the degree.
They can finish their degree as long as the core completes.
All we need 60 hours to complete.
They can get a chemistry.
I believe that
Even if
that
it's
was
not
An associate's in chemistry.
Be careful on the core complete track. I mean, we need to get the students in the field of study because that will give them the pathway that they're going to need to go on a university. If we put them on a core pathway, then when they get to university, they may not have taken these courses and may not be able to go into a chemistry field of study at university. Then the student is back in that trap of starting as a junior with 60 hours, but hasn't met those prerequisites they need when they start at university. Adding the Calculus 3 is going to cause pain for the community college because, again, we're assuming that the students coming to the community college math ready. And if we add the Calc 3, from experience, I can say we're not going to get enough students starting math ready that we're going to be able to award associate's degrees in chemistry. So I would not support adding Calculus 3 to the field of study just because we need to have people graduate with chemistry.
I totally agree because they can take Calc 3 if they want to, but that's a big burden on them with other things. They're going to have to take Calc 3 to get through the upper level chemistry courses. They just don't have to do it with our limit of 60 hours.
The spreadsheet we received has 12 universities on it, and only 2 of them have Cal 3 listed as what they require. So I don't know if this is an accurate document, but I noticed there's only 2 out of that 12 columns that has a check mark under Cal 3.
All right, and across the state, it looks like Calculus 3 is offered at 6 colleges, which is a very low number, with enrollments of 308, and offered at 8 universities with an enrollment of 7,000. So I suspect it is much more frequently offered at the upper division.
And I'll point out that in the one spreadsheet that you put out for Calc 3, you kind of have it listed here as with multivariable calculus. For us, our Calc 3 is actually multivariable calculus, and so you have 4 universities requiring that. So probably should add those numbers together, right? So.
Yes, ma'am.
Alan,
It's
I have a
about
quick
7 or 8
question.
down from the.
Shelley, go on.
Can you answer that question really quickly? a community college can award an associate's degree that might not include all of the FOS courses.
Right.
Right. So this question or this problem you're concerned about that we wouldn't be able to graduate anyone, an associate's degree in chemistry might not include the same courses that are on the FOS.
That's right. We hope that they would,
Right.
but they don't have to.
But for some students and for some colleges, it's difficult to get Cal 3 in.
True.
But so the FOS doesn't necessarily have to be the same thing as an associate's.
But it should. So we should aim for that. But if we put Calculus 3 in the field of study, I think you'll find that more community colleges will try to offer it. They just might struggle to get enrollments for it. Right, at least until word gets out that it's part of the chemistry field of study, and anybody who wants to transfer to a baccalaureate degree in chemistry needs to be taking Calculus 3.
I don't see where this is any difference in the quant conversation.
That's the parameter, I agree.
I don't see the difference in the conversation.
I mean, wouldn't that... So, what we're saying then, I just want clarification on this. What we're saying is that we can have a field of study, but an institution is free, a community college or two-year institution is free to award an associate's if a student follows the field of study, but does not have to be complete in that field of study.
That's right, if the student takes 60 hours, right.
Yeah.
They have to either complete the core curriculum or the field of study. Hopefully they'll do both, but if they can't, they have to complete one in 60 hours to get an associate degree.
Okay. So now, just to make sure we've got it right, so we have this debate going on Calculus 3 as well as the quant. Let's say from our institution we awarded a person an Associates of Science in Chemistry and they hadn't had Calc 3 or quantitative analysis. There's no penalty, for example, if a student went to Stephen F. Austin and went in a chemistry program, for that institution to say, well, because you haven't had those before your associates, you've got to take them now at Stephen F. Austin if you want to continue on to get your baccalaureate in this field of study.
If the student transfers field of study incomplete, you're saying?
Right, incomplete in the field of study, but has an associate's in chemistry following the field of study.
Right, if they're incomplete, regardless of whether or not they have been awarded the associate degree. If their field of study incomplete and transfer to Stephen F could say, well, our native students have to take Calculus 3 at the lower division, so now you do too.
Okay.
If they come in field of study complete, then Stephen F can't tell them that.
Right. Okay.
But here's what Stephen F could do. They could either offer Calculus 3 at the upper division, or they could put it in a list of designated electives with other upper and lower division courses mixed in. If you have designated electives, which I think would be probably kind of rare for chemistry, but if you had some designated electives, then you could say, here is an opportunity for you to take a course that we think you might need to succeed here. You can't require them to take it. They're free to choose something else, but you could give them good advice that they need it.
So has math completed a field of study?
Uh-huh.
So are Calc 3 and listed as a 2000 level course in that field of study, or is it a upper level course?
Calc 3, linear algebra, and differential equation.
Okay, but is that the same thing as Calc 3?
Calculus 3 says Calculus 1, Calculus 2, Calculus 3, linear algebra, differential equation. That's their field of study.
And they're all listed as 2000 level courses.
Yeah. Calc 3 is 2000 though.
Okay. Calc 3?
Mhm.
So that's kind of conflicting then if you're going to, if they're 2000 level courses
If it's
here.
not a
they're-
200 level course, community college cannot teach it.
It is 2000.
A quick comment about Cal 3 is community colleges calls it a 2000 level course, but there are some foreign institutions. I know UTSA, for example, has made it a 3000, just like the organic 2. And so Cal 3 does not necessarily transfer to a four-year institution if students take it at a community college. Not always, sometimes it does, but it doesn't always transfer.
But it would now.
It's not
if-
the idea of
if-
the field of studies that is going to have
If it's
to
part of the
transfer?
field of study, it will, yes, correct, yeah. Yeah. One other comment I had was about if a student is not FOS complete and wants to transfer to any four-year institution, can the four-year institution say that some of the other courses are not valid anymore? No, okay.
Every course that they take that's on our
On a
list
list,
has to count.
okay.
I think I'm not getting something right, because I look at Cal 3 in a four-year institution. Most cases is a third-year class. For some of us in the BS four-year college, is that what you observe?
2415 is the number for Cal 3. It's 2000.
We've got Calc 3, I mean, at 2415, 14 is 2, right? But I mean, it's still taught, I don't know how, I mean, there could be an impact. You may have complaints from math departments, if all the Calc 3 was taught at the junior college level, right? Because that would probably cut down the number, whether the courses make at four-year schools.
Yeah.
Because there would be an impact there.
Yeah, some of us in four-year schools, right? Is Cal 3 a 300 level course?
2000.
Yeah, it's a 200 level course at Texas A&M.
2,000 level course for us.
For the Cal 3?
So I'm trying to understand, our students at UT Austin are required to take differential equations in preparation for physical chemistry, which means they have to have the multivariate calculus, that third semester of calculus. If it's not included in the field of study, and a student comes FOS complete, are we permitted to tell them that they must take the multivariate calculus in preparation for taking differential equations?
I would make a wild guess that you could solve this with a prereq for physical chemistry.
Right. So my thinking is that we're looking at the number of courses and hours that they can transfer to a four-year college, right? That includes the core curriculum. The core is about 42 hours, right? That means we are looking for other hours that they can transfer for their major, for the chemistry major. Now, which are the very important ones for the community college that are transferable? Would be our major focus, right, for the field of study. Am I clear on what we're trying to do? So that's why we are suggesting chemistry 1, chemistry 2, organic chemistry 1, organic chemistry 2, right? The physical chemistry is in 4-year is a third level classes, right? And that's how we are limiting the calculus 1 to calculus 1 and calculus 2 at the community college. But when we drag it to Cal 3, it's going to be very, very tough.
I think the other question for the four-year schools is, are your students prepared for their third and fourth years if they haven't had Cal 3?
Usually, our students take Cal 3 the last year. They wait till last year to take the Cal 3.
I mean, I teach physical chemistry 1 and 2, and in our straight chemistry track, they have to have the 3 calculus courses. The other ones where we have concentrations is up to Cal 2. So the prereqs to my Pecan 1 is Cal 2. Ideally, I want the differential equations, but they can take it with Cal 2.
So you don't require the differential equations as the front end to PChem?
No, we don't have the requirement. That was before I came in, and I guess it's because we have these other tracks that they only require up to Cal 2. But honestly, I would like to see the Cal 3 because of the multivariable calculus that I have to explain to them the partial derivatives so they could get it.
At my university, we don't require them to have the Cal 3, just the Cal 1 and Cal 2, but we also require for the PChem course ordinary differential equations, which at our school is a 3,000 level course. So students don't have Cal 2, they have ordinary differential equations, which is nice because it's a 3,000 level, so they get that math at an upper level course that's not going to be needed to be put on the FOS, but it's required.
What I like to see is that if this FOS is gonna encourage students to complete some chemistry courses before they come to four-year college. If we make it like, to all the way to Cal 3 and they decide not to go that route and just do core and then come to us, and I'm assuming you're gonna lose some majors right there. And also, when they come to us, they have done all the core, now take like all that science classes all in one, semester, which is going to be difficult for them to complete the course. And the fact that they should have at least 12 hours to be a full-time students. So I think it's going to be difficult I'm talking about my program, we are struggling to attract more majors. And I think putting Cal 3 is going to make it even more difficult for us.
Yes, sir.
No question. Yeah, so if a student at the community college, let's say, they're on point and they take, what they're supposed to for the field of study, but let's say they go above and beyond and they complete the Cal 3 and the differential equations and they transfer to four-year institution, even though they took it at the 2,000 level, would that transfer for a course that's listed as a 3,000 level course at that institution? Or would they have to repeat differential equations in Calc 3? Right. So it's a 2,000 level course. I just want to make for sure that I'm understanding that.
Usually students at our institution, take it PChem in the senior year. And so it gives them the junior year to take Calculus 3, before they go through, 2 semesters of PChem. I mean, you can do it in the junior year, coming from junior college.
I have a question. If it is a field of studies in chemistry, that means any course that we include here, in order for them to get a bachelor's degree in chemistry, they must have taken it, right? Or this just only has to do with transferring courses from the community colleges to them? Okay, so it's not binding in the sense that if you're in a four-year institution, if you add Cal 3, then you have to add into your degree plans, right?
Right. There's nothing in law that says that you have to change anything in your existing degree programs for your native students.
Okay, so this is
Everyone
just
can
to...
keep their program exactly like it already is for your native students who begin at your university. But the fields of study only matter and only apply to transfer students.
Okay.
Which at many of your institutions is over 50% of your students.
My concern is that when a student comes from a two-year institution, that we are preparing them to be successful at the four-year institution. And so one of the goals I will hope that the FOS is doing is to kind of make sure that the students that we are sending from a two-year institution will be successful at that four-year institution, because we don't want them to have to repeat courses that they have taken because they are not successful when they transfer. So I just want to keep that in mind when we're creating these courses in the FOS, that our goal is to make sure that they're successful once they get there. And if what we're doing is not, preparing them to be successful, then I'm worried as a community college professor that we're not making them successful. So I think that's what a lot of the four-year institutions are getting at with maybe considering adding the Cal 3, is because that would make them more prepared to be successful as they continue on at that junior and senior level.
Well, also from the community college, what I want my students to be able to do is when they walk across the stage and onto another college, that they're going to be at the same stage as students that have already spent 2 years of college, so they just fit right on in with their classmates and go on. And so looking at that, what does everybody in the four-year college require of their sophomore level students?
You're talking about them being successful when they transition into the four-year institution, which makes me wonder, on paper, all those courses that transfer are supposed to have the same content and the same rigor as a four-year institution. Although from my personal experience, that sometimes is not the case. So I don't know, in terms of the success of the students, if we need to pay a little more attention to the content that is delivered. at the community colleges in order for them to be successful when they transfer and take those upper level courses in the university?
I think that's maybe a thing.
I know it's a different thing, but
a different thing. But at the same time, though, if we can, I don't know if this is the right strategy to consider, but if we will require a Calc 3, that in itself causes a level of preparation if for that particular student. And so I'm still confused about what is, if they don't complete what's in the FOS, is it but they required at their institution, is that okay? I'm still concerned about what goes into the FOS and the 2,000 level course that you can't offer, a 2,000 level course. I'm confused about the transfer because it's not connecting to me.
The way I was understanding this is whatever goes on this field of study is the basis that will transfer and count as these basic chemistry courses. So we can't say, oh, we're not going to take your OChem or we're not going to take your Gen Chem 2. But that if they've taken this at a community college, that does transfer as those requirements.
Yeah.
But more than that, it also says you can't require anything additional at the first or second year.
And I will tell you one major problem. If they take Cat 3 at the community college, they might even have problem accepting it at the four-year college as a transfer.
No, they have to if it's FOS. If it's an FOS, they have to. They have
Yeah,
to.
they will have to, but then they might not count it towards what.
It will.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, kind of an oversimplified way to think of it is if they're done with the core and they're done with the field of study and they have 60 hours, they're juniors. They're finished. Okay.
Let me go ahead and point out another way, complicating way, or way of thinking of this, make it even worse, is that so at our university, the multivariable calculus is a 2,000 level course. So, and it's taught in the math department, right? And so we couldn't require, how would that work? I mean, our students we could ask them for PChem to take that course, right? But then we couldn't require, because it's a 2,000 level, we couldn't then require it unless it's a field of study, unless math changes it and moves it. And now we're asking another department then to start juggling their course. So that, we've had a real issue at our university with how math is done, and we've arrived at this, and I could see that being a nightmare. So just another issue.
So if a course, say for instance, Cal 3 is a 2,000 level course, and if we require, if it's a part of the FOS, and if it's not a part of the FOS, then we cannot require them to take that 2,000 level course. Right. Is that what we're saying?
That's what, yeah. So at UTD, they would come in. We couldn't even say later and say, hey, let's make this a prereq for our physical chemistry course because it's a 2,000 level course. Is that right? We would have to move it to a 3,000 level in the math department in order for, yeah, they have this, we have a 3-course math sequence that are take, and they're all 2,000 level. So we'd have to figure out how to get that juggled if physical chemistry wanted to have that as a prereq.
Okay, so if we put 2,000 level math courses in the field of study, we can't go back and add more 2,000 level math courses. Is that what we're saying?
You can for your native students, but
not for your field of study students.
That's right.
So when the math department at UT Austin requires multivariable calculus, and students come in field of study complete, can they, as a math department, deny that student the ability to enroll in differential equations because that's a prerequisite, while the chemistry field, I mean, what? Right. Oh, that's the one I've been trying to get at, is that we've survived because of advising, but not because we're following, I think, the letter of the law about field of study.
Well, if the student was a math major, then they're under a different field of study than the chemistry one.
Well, I was just asking if the differential equations course has a requirement of multivariate calculus, and a student shows up field of study complete, but they have not taken multivariate calculus.
Right.
Can the math department keep that student from taking that course, which is needed in preparation for the PChem course?
No, they couldn't make this, they'd have to waive that prerequisite for that student.
And I was wrong when I counted
field of
only
study
2 of the
complete.
12. It's 6 of the 12 require Cal 3. There was 2 rows, and so I looked at the wrong row. I only had 2 on that one row. Cal 3, yeah. So of this spreadsheet, 6 of the universities require Cal 3, and 6 do not, at least on this form.
Those 2,000, 3,000 level courses, because Mr. Oki has a valid point. If the course is taken by a student as a 2,000 level course, transfers to university, and then that's a 3,000 level course, then we're back to square one, where the student is paying twice for the same course.
Well, on here it's listed 2415, and that's in the ACGM, so, yeah. My concern is if we don't include it, then those universities can't force them to take it if they come in field of study complete. That's a real problem. If that's part of the prerequisites for PChem, they're going to have to waive those prerequisites for those transfer students, and that's a bad recipe.
And then, as
yeah.
Beverly was pointing out, then we've got 2 populations. We've got a population with the multivariable and not. And so either, pedagogically, we have to bring it back to where everybody's prepared, you could argue, and then, PChem changes. So,
What is PChem?
physical chemistry, sorry.
Has its own bumper sticker.
Because we're looking for easy way to transfer.
Not many harm.
I think then we have to put it on there because add it to our FOS. That's your
Why aren't more,
That was my issue, was that if it is necessary to be successful, then you have to include it, because if they get to a point where they can't make them take it, then we're not setting them up to be successful. So that's why I was trying to make sure I was clarifying as to what the FOS means and the requirements, because our goal is to make sure that they are successful in the courses.
There's another consideration to worry about. With this field of study, how does that bump up against the required hours for a major? Is requiring a Calculus 3 going to take 3 hours of upper-level
Actually,
chemistry
4
away from
hours.
that?
They're 4
yeah.
hours.
Yeah, I noticed these are 4 here as well, so we're,
Well, the math courses, they're 4 because, at least at UTD, it's a 3-hour course plus a 1-hour workshop.
yes.
And so I would assume that if it was a 3-hour course at the community college level and they brought it in, we would just have to come up with a way for them to pick up that extra credit somehow else.
Like 4 hours every
4 hours.
I mean, it's 4, and it's a 4 credit, okay.
But again, if this is going to scrub hours off upper-level chemistry, that may just be put in as you have to have this, but it doesn't account against upper-level chemistry for your major.
It will add hours to our degree, and we will be over 122.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the way that, I don't know in other places, but the way that we have it is we're following the ACA's guidelines, but we have the straight chemistry that has a Cal 3, and then we have tracks, forensic chemistry, biochemistry, and that something has to give in. In this case, it has been the Cal 3, so that we can add another course to do the concentration. And if we add Cal 3 to those concentrations either they go away or we're over the 22 mark.
Well, let's go back to a question from a while ago. How many of the four-year colleges require a terminal sophomore or a person finishing up their 60 hours to have already completed Cal 3?
How many four-year colleges require Cal 3, right?
No, how many four-year colleges require a student to complete that within their first 60 hours of school?
Can I get a clarification on something? Whatever we put in the field of study does not mean that our native people have to take it, correct? Alan?
That's right.
Okay. So that, and if we added Cal 3 and we do not have Cal 3, I do not have to add Cal 3.
Mm-hmm.
This comes, so the way UT Austin solved it a long time ago, and that was before I was born, was they combined 3 calculus courses into 2. So it's called engineering calculus, and our chemistry majors are required to take it. So they get multivariate calculus in that first year just by taking 2 calculus courses that have been compressed, and that's how they find the extra 4 hours. And for students who transfer in from outside, unfortunately, they find themselves having to take a third calculus course, and so they lose those hours.
Interesting. UTD, actually, we seem to be going opposite ways on a lot of things. We did the opposite. Math had a real issue because people were having problems getting through their 2-course math sequence, and they broke it down into 3. And they went the opposite way in order to allow more people to be able to make it through. So,
realistically, if we went with the plan as proposed by the tuning committee without the Calc 3, I'll be able to maintain students in the chemistry program and get graduates. If Calc 3 is added to the field of study, I can say that at our institution, that will not be added to the degree plan, and we won't be sending students out with Calc 3 just because we're looking at a time frame. To add that Calc 3, we'd be telling a student, you got to come back another semester at our school, and the only class you're going to take is Calc 3 because you'll have taken absolutely everything else. So what I'm saying is, I think as the tuning committee went back and looked at this in 2012, this is what community colleges were doing because this is what they could do and will work. And adding the Calc 3, while we can look at it in committee and say, oh, well, yeah, it's not required here, that, and other thing, what I'm saying is most community colleges are going to go back and say, we're not adding Calc 3 because we can't. It's not really supportable for a student to start and finish in 2 years and get through with Calc 3 and the other courses.
And it does seem like the difference is this requirement that we can't force them to take a lower division course if they transfer in. Back then we could. So I don't know when this law took effect, but it seems new to me. This restriction on requiring transfer students to take a lower division course. When did that law take effect?
When did what take effect?
This field of study restriction on transfer students not being forced to take other lower division courses that are not on the field of study.
Well, the fields of study have been around since 2009.
Okay.
But there hasn't, back then in 2009, there were only a handful of them. It's just been in the last 2 years since the legislature weighed in on this that they asked the coordinating board to revive and revisit fields of study and to create some new ones. And in that time, we've had to clarify a lot of the policies on this. And one of them is to the way the statute is written, that it must replace the receiving institution's curriculum for that major. which we take replace to mean, you use this one instead of the one you've been using.
I tend to agree with the perspective that the community colleges should offer that two-course sequence and not add the third. It just seems like an overwhelming thing to do to add that extra semester on. But it does put the four-year schools into the awkward position where they can't force something, they have to advise. And that's what we've been doing for a long time, is using data to show students why it is that they need to take that extra course.
I've heard a lot of talk about Cal 3, but I've heard differential come up a few times too. That's at the 200 level too. Are y'all not going to have the same problem with that as well? Just to make it muddier for us.
I was just kind of hoping nobody would mention that.
But if it's at the 200 level.
You're quite right. So that will mean that we will deliver field of study complete students directly into PChem without the two math courses that precede it.
And they will ask why the D is written funny.
So I'd like a point of clarification. So we have to accept the courses students who are FOS complete as toward the degree, but if we offer multiple degrees, is it sufficient if there is one degree that it will apply for? So for example, we have a BA and a BS, and so if a student comes in without Calculus 3, it simply wouldn't be possible for them to earn a BS. Would that be sufficient?
Well, we need to be clear on that. That's why I gave you that list of CIP codes. When we get it's kind of a chicken and egg arrangement here. We can either pick which programs in advance and then pick the field of study to fit that, or we can do our best field of study and then go back and look, here's what we think which programs this could apply to. You might want to create a separate track in a situation like that, a different selection of courses for BA students than you have for BS students. That's one way to do it. There's precedent for that with some other fields of study. But yes, we just need to be clear about that. Which are there tracks or other related programs, sub-programs in your discipline that the field of study will or won't apply to? What would be an example of that? What's it at your institution?
Well, the Calculus 3, so that's required for our BS.
But not for the BAs?
Correct, yeah.
Okay. Well, you could have two tracks for the BA and the BS students.
Well, a further clarification. What I had viewed the field of study was simply getting the community college students ready to go to a four-year college and be in step. I didn't view that as if we don't require Cal 3 in junior college, that they cannot be required to take it in a four-year school.
Yeah, but Cal 3 is 3,000 level at most four-year colleges. Yeah, in my school it is. And some schools are. Yeah, for the four-year college, it's 3,000 level, yeah.
It follows the ACGM.
ACGM.
He was just saying that at the four-year college, the Cal 3 is 3,000 level, but we have to follow the ACGM, which is 2,000.
Yes.
So it's irrelevant whether the four-year college sets it at 3,000 or 4,000. It's what ACGM states.
That's true.
Okay, see, my concern, why I'm a bit reluctant to approve Cal 3 as part of the field of study is because even when you look at the argument from the ACS approval, right? ACS doesn't stop you from getting a BS in chemistry without Cal 3. ACS only prevents you from getting a certified degree. Is that not true?
You still get a chemistry degree, yes.
Yeah, but to get a BS approved a BS degree in chemistry by ACS, you don't necessarily require to have a Cal 3.
ACS doesn't require
exactly.
Cal 3. No.
Now, my question is that why are we trying to make it so difficult for just a transference to students, right? From the community college to
Okay, so I would not say that that is the effort to make it difficult, but I would say that the aim is to make those students be successful once they transfer. So we want them to be prepared for their upper division courses.
May I
It's
offer
not trying to make things harder for them at all.
May I offer a modified version of this? We know Cal 3 is going to be required. If they're going to be a Bachelor of Science, they're going to need Cal 3.
No.
If they're going to be taking PChem, to get out of PChem, they need to have some serious math behind them. We could put Cal 3 on the field of study. It is not required for the community college student to take Cal 3 to get out with an associate's in chemistry. But when they go on, since they have not taken Cal 3, now the four-year college can require them to go back and complete what is required.
Okay.
And so if they don't take it as in the first 2 years, it's still going to be within the requirement for them to be able to take that.
Okay.
Or do we set it up the way Alan advised, potentially setting up two field of studies, a field of study for chemistry, if that would be a BA, and then one BS. So if you come out, if you satisfy the one without Calc 3, then that's setting you up for a BA. Nothing, we wouldn't require you to step down potentially and take the Calc, whereas if you are BS, then we suggest you take it at the community college level, or if you can't, then when you come in, we can require it.
But the potential problem with that is if the student decides to change to BS after getting a FOS with BA, they don't have the opportunity to take the Cal 3 again.
They can.
It's requiring it because it's a different
Yeah,
track.
because it's
if you set up two
required.
tracks, a
But-
BA, a FOS for BA and a FOS for BS, then they would have to fulfill the FOS for BS in order to.
So when they change,
Or else when they come in, we could require it.
you guys can.
You could,
Yeah, that's
you
what-
could
quick,
do that, but I'm concerned, I don't want the perception or the reality here to be that you're kind of tricking students
No trick.
into
No
not
trick.
taking a class so that then you can later require that of them. A student may not really understand the difference between a BA and a BS. in
That's where
chemistry.
advising, we talked about, that's where advising comes in, that the students need to know at the community college level that, look, if your goal is to go on, this is the difference between a BS and a BA eventually. If you want to go on and get a BS, you really need to have this. Now, you may come out here without it, but they will require it, and you will need to take it there.
So who takes a BA and how many students do this? I assume that those are interested in 7 through 12 teaching certification in
Oh,
chemistry.
no. At UT Austin, we have something now called a BSA for other reasons, and it is a significant fraction of our students because it has less of a math requirement. There is a form of PChem being taught that does not require differential equations, and so the students who are pre-health professions, a significant fraction of them do that.
Okay.
So it's not an insignificant degree at all.
Okay.
And I guess this is where I want to ask the question, can we impose upon a student when they arrive FOS complete that if they want to be a chemistry major, that they must do the BSA because they do not have the calculus necessary to do the BS? Or can we only advise?
What we were looking at with this field of study is to maybe direct our counselors and advisors, because ours are not as experienced as yours. So when given a field of study, they could follow this and not be led astray, taking courses that weren't even wildly associated with their majors. And so just looking at a hallmark of this, and I could see adding Cal 3, since that could be added later on as a requirement if they didn't take it in community college. Now, we would love them to take it at a community college because it's small and everything else. But they're going to need that for the Bachelor of Science and in some cases Bachelor of Arts.
I need a quick clarification.
Let
One
me make
second.
a correction, right?
Yeah.
For the Bachelor of Science in Chemistry, ACS doesn't mandate you to have 2 semesters of physical chemistry. They just require 1, right? Then if you want to be certified as a chemist, with ACS, that's when they require 2 semesters of physical chemistry for the AC.
You can take 4 of the 5 areas, so you could skip the PChem. You have a choice of 4 out of the 5 areas.
I know, but that means it doesn't mandate you to take the 2 semesters of physical chemistry. Exactly. And at the same time, most of our BS now, they are, like in my school, we have traditional program, the way things are being run. Then we have other degree tracks, like medical track, forensic track, where they only take 1 semesters of physical chemistry, and we don't mandate them to take Cal 3. Only for the traditional track that we mandate, they are mandated to take Cal 3, because they have to take the other statistical part of physical chemistry that require the Cal 3 to do well. And that was for those ones that want the ACS certification. Am I clear on that? So to me, we're trying. It's okay. We are making a field of study program for the community college to migrate to 4-year college, right? But we are then assuming that for us to have a BS chemistry, you must have the 2 semesters of physical chemistry, which is not true, which is not even mandated by the ACS. Right. So I think we should look at our own reasoning. Right. How can we make that thing easier?
But I think, I know the ACS doesn't require them to take 3 courses in calculus, just 2. Right. And actually at least 1 physical chemistry course, because it's one of the foundational courses. Yeah. But I think the point as well is, are they really ready to take PChem 1 with only 2 courses of calculus? And I do that, and believe me, they struggle without the 3rd course of calculus. I just have to make it work.
Yes, ma'am.
Is PChem always the first 3rd year semester? Is PChem always fall of year 3?
Well, it's supposed to be year 3, but there are other 3,000 courses as well, like quantitative analysis to us is a 3,000 level course.
It's typically a 3rd year, but most of them take it to 4th year, whatever.
But sometimes,
our quantitative analysis class is in the 2nd year.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So my other suggestion was, and we can recommend changes to the ACGM. Can we recommend listing, like taking that out of the ACGM as a 2,000 level course and making Cal 3 a 3,000 level?
Do you want to speak to that, Rebecca?
That would be better.
I'm not sure we can do that.
Rebecca Leslie manages the ACGM for the coordinating board. She can weigh in.
Okay, you're asking me if
I
this
think maybe I
committee
answered my own question also.
could recommend that a math course be removed from the ACGM. Its own. Its own. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, but I think I answered my own question because I think that would also
You can
hurt
recommend
students.
that. You can, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen. When we would have to consult with the mathematics group.
Right.
For changes in the ACGM, we've never had anyone ask for a deletion. so that would be a novel experience, but we would try to work with that.
I think I've answered my own question there. I'm just trying to look for some sort of a way to keep students from entering as juniors and not being ready.
And the math FOS would have to change because Calc 3 is listed in there. So
I believe it's also somewhere in one of the engineering fields of study.
So can't we just make a chemistry FOS designed for BA? And if they want to do BS, that can be taken care of at the university level?
Yeah.
So we don't have to include the calculus 3 in BA, but when they go in as a BA major, they're not in whole. And if they want to change to BS, the universities can track them into their program.
Let me ask you something. Whatever, the tuning committee put in place that you have already seen those courses, those are the courses that also anyone who's doing a BA in chemistry will have to take anyway, right? Yes. So why do we need to have one for BA and one for BS?
So what I mean is not design
so the
one
only
for
issue
BS.
is the Cal 3, right?
Just do one for BA, chemistry, FOS, BA, and
It
if
will
they
be
want
this.
it will be this, and if they want to do BS, they can do that with the advisors at the university
But
level.
how useful that is going to be, because majority of us have BS, we don't have BS.
But that'll solve the calculus 3 problem that we're having.
Yeah.
But the Calculus 3 is a 2,000 level course.
But if it's
so it's a
BA
lower level course, and we can't require a lower level
change
course.
the major as to BS, wouldn't that allow them to go back and
Yeah, I think.
able to complete the second 2,000 level course? Because they're not doing BA chemistry anymore. They
I'd s-
changed to BS.
I feel like we've kicked the issues around so much, but I would like to see a motion so then we could discuss a specific motion. And so
I would
in order to
motion
do
that
that.
we do not separate a BS and BA.
I'm not saying
Because I
have
think
a
that that is
BA
a
and
bad
BS.
thing to
I'm
do
just
to
saying
make
have
universities
one
feel
BA.
like they need to pick one of those.
That's too.
When again, a lot of us don't. Can I-
I make a motion
Yes.
to vote on whether we have two field of studies programs or just one.
I second that
Actually,
motion.
motion should be, let's vote only one field of studies for both.
I second that
programs.
motion.
Got about 3 seconds.
Here's an
Point of
example
information.
of economics. Economics decided, I knew there was one, that economics did a BS and a BA track. The only difference between them was, you see, the BS required Calculus 1, and the BA gave them a choice of Calculus 1 or the less demanding Calculus for Business and Social Sciences. The BS gave them a choice of statistics courses, which is repeated down here. So this is the only difference, is they had the option of doing exactly the same thing as the BS students are taking a less demanding math option.
I think Bang's idea, though, is a good one. If we're only going to go with one, if we're only going to define one, if we define it as the BA, then that gives the 4 years a chance to tell them, oh, you're coming in, you want to do the BS, great. That requires this other course that's a 2,000 level course for PChem. You need to go take it. Whereas if we make it general, then I'm not sure we can, for a BS, require that 2,000 level course. So if we define it only one, but define it as a BA, then it gives us the option to do something different for the BS.
The BS chemistry is the degree that we call chemistry.
That's the standard.
I would hate to,
That's why I support 2 FOSs. I mean, that's my vote. Even though it's complicated, okay, the BS requires Cal 3, the BS requires university physics, the BA could require college physics in Cal 2. But then you have 2 paths that are clear from the beginning.
Saying it again, if we require, if we want to require the 2,000 level course for physical chemistry, right? Then, and we want to have that as it's a 2,000 level, then we either need to have 2, or we need to define the BA as the FOS. Otherwise, we can't require it. I don't see a way we can require it unless we move the course to a 3,000. But that's a math course, and there's reasons why we can't do that.
I just have a question in regards to degree plans as far as chem majors, BS, chem major, BA. Is both of them require physical chemistry, at least one semester of PChem?
At my institution, yes.
Okay, that's.
I'd like a clarification. Mark, for a while, I was talking about, not having graduates because we add more stuff to it. Is that still the consensus of the junior colleges? That's a problem? If it's not, then why can't we just have what we think is important for them to be successful? What is stopping us from putting Cal 3 differential equations on the list, even if you don't offer it at the lower level? Now, where we covered that they can be successful at our universities. I don't understand the problem of why not add.
We'll get one person through in 5 years for you.
No, I would put the Calculus 3 as on the field of study. That does not mean they have to take it to get out with a chemistry degree or associates in chemistry.
Hey, Mark, back off.
I would like the field of study to match our degree plan as closely as possible.
Yes.
I mean, I think that's ultimately the goal. We've got to be fair to the students. We tell them, hey, you're on this field of study when you, and this is the big issue. The student starts at the community college, and I fully appreciate what happens at the university level. They're starting at 60 hours, but they don't have the prerequisites or they're not ready to start the class. You know, and so we've got to limit that, and, you know, we've got to be upfront with the students when they start at the community college that, hey, you're going to take these courses, go to university, and have a seamless transition. And we can't have something out there that is not upfront and apparent to the students. And that would be my concern with adding Calc 3 to this. We could give them the associates with Calc 2, send them off to university, and then they're not ready to go. And then we run an advising issue both for the universities and for the community college.
But I think that there's when you're getting an associate's in chemistry, you don't need that third semester of calculus to pass organic chemistry. The whole reason for it is to prepare you for some version of physical chemistry that's coming later. So I've sort of changed my perspective on this. I do think adding that third calculus course to the field of study and appreciating that students can still earn the associates without it is a more solid way to imagine it, because it is having them understand aspirationally what they need to do, and then you advise that it's okay to go on to your four-year school and take the course there to be ready for the BS degree.
If the limit has been that they cannot take a 200-level course once they get to a four-year college, if it is a, quote, 200-level course and we put it on the field of study, that then is required, so they can go back and take that.
And I was also opposed to having Cal 3 in FOS, but now when I think about it, having it in there is going to secure it because it's 2,000 level. I think that is, and I see the, but we don't, I mean, you guys don't have to require it at college level, but then they come to four-year college, four-year university, they can't take it. You know, at first I was, you know, seriously against it, because I know a lot of our students graduate with the chemistry degree without taking the Cal 3 because they are biochemistry concentration and they don't even need Cal 3.
So for the representatives from the four-year, question is, let's say we throw Calc 3 on a study and we send a student without Calc 3. So they've done everything else on Mr. hours, so they come to you with the 60 hours with that proposed no, then we're not on track.
If they have done all of this when they come, I think they can.
If they're taking 15 hours a semester, yes. If they're taking 12, we're going to be a little shy.
That's the big question. If that can be met, if the four-year all are saying, yeah, we can get it in 2 years, get that student with 60 hours.
If they had all of this?
Yeah, all of this is okay.
Because that's what the legislator wants, and I think that really answers the mail.
Yeah.
But if the answer is no, we can't get a student with a degree hours once they come to us.
And don't forget that they can double dip and count something twice.
Right.
So if they can maybe count the Calc 3 as an elective, and that can count towards them being prepared for the PChem and some other part of their degree, then that could also help them secure that within 2.
Well, putting the Cal 3 on the FOS would allow them to take it at a later date. It's not that they are exempted from taking it.
That is sophomore level course. Again, the question is, once they transfer, they cannot take a sophomore level, right?
But we're saying we want to put it on there so that they still can take it, even if they haven't taken it yet.
Because they
Now, if
haven't
it's on there,
completed
they
their
come in
FOS.
without completing the field of study, then we can require them to go back and take it.
Take it,
If
okay.
it's not in the field of study and they come in with a completed field of study,
Then we cannot,
then
okay.
we can't require them to go back.
It sounds like there's more consequences for not having it on there.
Yes.
And putting
Okay.
it on there, because that's what it sounds like to
Okay,
me. It's like it's not saying that you have to have this, but if we omit it, then that's where the problem comes from.
Okay, I made a motion, and we had discussion, we haven't voted, can we vote and then move to the second part, because I think we're getting to a, yes.
We're getting to a good
So,
point. The motion has been made that we discuss two separate field of studies, one leading to a Bachelor of Arts, one leading to a Bachelor of Science.
The motion was for just one.
Was for one field, for one field of study.
Yes, I corrected myself.
Okay, with one field of study with Cal 3?
No, that's a separate. I'm saying first,
just one field.
So let's settle on that, and then we moved into the Cal 3.
The motion has been made for us to consider only one field of study.
So let's resolve that.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
I don't know what I'm voting for, because it was, I'm sorry, but I don't know what I'm voting for. It wasn't clear as to what the motion is on the floor.
Do we wish to have only one field of study, or do we want to split it into two separate fields of study, one for a Bachelor of Science and Bachelor of Arts?
You have to state one motion. Do we want to, you can't, because you have two motions in.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, my motion was,
That's right.
no, my motion was, can we vote, to see if we just choose one field of studies for both the BA and the BS?
And can we have a show of hands and a
It's either
count?
yes or no.
Right. So all in favor of one
Can I
field of
point out?
study?
Can I point out one other thing just before we do this? Is that so? If we vote this and we say, okay, we're only going to do one, then if we decide, then their second vote is like, let's not put.
And then the Cal 3 can come in. After if we have one, then we need to decide whether we add the Cal 3 or not. Because those are two separate issues.
We're leading all.
But there's not to complicate this, but if after
Too late.
having decided on one, suddenly people want it to be for the BA, at that level, that could be an issue.
That's going to be an advising issue, though. Because a student could go to a university, FOS not complete, and be a BA.
Yeah.
With no problems.
Yeah, they don't have to be complete. They just have to be core complete.
I'm just concerned that this be described as the BA chemistry,
No.
No.
so it would have no label on the front of it.
No label.
Okay.
Just chemistry.
Then that would be fine.
And I'm thinking that it would have to meet or exceed our standards. It could not be below.
I'm kind of confused of why we have the motion on the floor, because all it was trying to do is avoid the calculus situation and making it more complex than it is. The problem still doesn't go away. The problem still doesn't go away. So I'm not sure why we voting, because it only had like a 2-second that we brought it up, and ended up we had a motion on it, so I'm kind of confused on that part.
The motion is just to have clarity whether we're going to have two separate tracks that we can discuss separately, or only one FOS, and then make the decision in another vote whether we add Cal 3 or not.
Yes.
So all in favor of one field of study, one ring to rule them all?
Opposed? Okay,
No,
that
we
carries.
Now we can move to the
Okay,
next
so
issue.
can I propose we take a little break? Just to stand up and before we involve the next fight?
We're through the worst of it now.
through the
That was
worst
the
of it.
worst part, so yeah.
So, all right, so.
At least we make
for those
some
in the
progress,
booth,
right?
We'll come back at 4:15, okay?
Then we have.
Like we decided.
That was we're going back
Continue doing
and
what we
forth.
started at 1 o'clock. So
remedy a lot of their deficiencies in math myself. It's doable, but it's not ideal. But PChem is required.
And from our list, it's 50-50. 6 do and 6 don't require Cal 3. So
And that's probably the same for
if
us.
we leave it out, those 6 that do require it are going to be in a problem. They're going to have a problem. If we include it, it exceeds what's required for the others. So I'd prefer to come down on a meets or exceeds level for the FOS.
Our community colleges that by and large aren't offering this course, I mean, on the chart there, only 6 colleges offer it out of the 70-something colleges in the state. Will they be prepared to offer it?
Well, we offer differential equation and Cal 3.
And 2 of the FOSs that have been approved that you've sent us actually require Cal 3
That's right.
already. So we
That's right.
wouldn't be an outlier in what we're.
That's right. So maybe colleges should start offering Calc 3. There'll be pressure on them to start offering it if it's included
So
in multiple
meter
fields of
exceeds-
study.
This intersection has been, I've been in Texas for 30 years, and this has been the issue forever. And if we're going to bridge that gap for engineering, for physics, for math, for chemistry, at some point, we have to make that third semester of calculus something that's just something people do. Otherwise, we'll have these challenges for a very long time.
There's another thing that I've seen over the past many decades of doing this, and that comes up with the idea, the chemistry that we're teaching right now was graduate level chemistry 30 years ago. Our fields are advancing. We need to keep up with the trend.
We do cover more content now than we did before. And I mean, I don't know if everyone does this, but I mean, in our institution, we use the ACS for our general chemistry courses 1 and 2 for organic chemistry. I use them for physical chemistry. We use them for quantitative analysis.
Mm-hmm.
So that means that that's the content that we're expected to cover, and we have to. We're bound to that.
You had something to add.
So it was mentioned that several colleges do offer the Calculus 3. Have to be cautious on those numbers. For example, our college does offer Calculus 3, but we have a lot of those students in dual credit. And of course, enrollment becomes an issue. So what we're even considering is, could we even offer Calc 3 on our campus? What's happened with a lot of the students that are enrolled in dual credit are that are enrolled in Calc 3 are taking it as dual credit, so they're not even taking it on our campus. So if a student came to our campus and was in the chemistry field of study, I probably would not even be able to offer that student Calc 3 at our campus because that course is not going to make. So it looks like we have students enrolled in Calc 3, and we do as an institution, but not in any way that would meet a student taking Calc 3 if they're also enrolled in as a chemistry field of study. So enrollment numbers and our ability to offer it at our institution, our ability to offer Calculus 3 is at best limited and probably not even possible due to enrollment.
Do you think that would change if this field of study for chemistry and the math and the engineering goes into place, as increasingly more students will be asking for it?
You know, it becomes one of those, our colleges had significant changes of enrollment each year I've been there. You know, it's been up and it's been down. And of course, our institution, as many others, are looking to see, can we offer courses 2 years out so we can guarantee a student, hey, yeah, we'll offer that course. Maybe it'll work this year, maybe it won't work the year after. You know, in our area, demographically, we're not seeing an increase in population in our service area. We're not. And so many areas are seeing population growth. In 2 of our counties, we're actually seeing population loss. So what does the future look like in that regards? We'll probably have more students taking Calculus 3 through our institution, but they're going to be doing so as dual credit. So realistically, I don't see us being able to offer Calc 3 on many of our campuses. We have 4 campuses. The 2 that we have in Ellis County, probably. But the campuses in Limestone and in Navarro County, probably not. So.
Well, fields of study is one of the greatest things that ever happened to swirling students. You know what that is? It's students who are taking courses at multiple institutions at the same time, kind of swirling from institution to institution. Also, one of the greatest things that ever happened to your advisors, because instead of now having to learn all the requirements at 32 different universities, there's just one now for all the universities. But anyway, if Calculus 3 is available as an online course from anywhere, then they can take it as an online course from any other institution that does offer it online, and that can apply towards the field of study. The field of study doesn't all have to be completed at one single institution. So that could be valuable information for campuses like yours and yours that may offer Calculus 3 and it doesn't make, or you don't offer it at all, or you don't have the faculty for it, to try to find a place where students could take that course remotely. And if it's taken from a public institution and it's using the ACGM, it can apply to the field of study.
Could I ask a question just to clarify, just to make sure?
Certainly.
So like with we were talking earlier about the organic chemistry, the 2,000 level versus 3,000. So if a student does take it in the FOS, in the receiving institution, they offer it as an upper level course, they can still have them take the upper level course because it is an upper level course at their institution. Isn't that right?
Well, technically they could. There's nothing by law that says they can't. But I would hope that that institution wouldn't want the student to be repeating a large amount of course content. If the upper division course is very significantly different from the lower division course, they can continue to offer it and continue to require it of the student. But otherwise, I would hope that they would accept the lower division course as the equivalent of their upper division course. Not a perfect equivalent, but close enough.
I feel like I would also point out that if it is in the field of study and it's a 2,000 level course, even if that institution has it as a 3,000 level course, they have to accept those credits. So they can either take it away from other upper level electives or say, oh, it replaces this upper level.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, if the organic doesn't match the organic, then I don't know what the purpose of this committee is then. I'm lost. What are we trying to do then?
I thought that was supposed to be prevented with common course numbering, but maybe I misunderstand that.
Or that institution will have to switch to 3,000 level to 2,000 level like we just did. And that will, that problem will go away eventually.
I just wanted to make sure I understood that. I thought I'd heard him say that earlier.
I believe the organic you're talking about, that is from community college to four-year college, right? If it's the same content, they're the same topic area.
I'm talking about the same content. I'm just, we have all heard scenarios where at least some of our students say most universities there's not an issue at all. Some universities are going to say you're going to take it here. You're going to take our course. And so I was just asking if that was going to be eliminated with this. And
yeah, I truly hope it does, because right now there's a lot of confusion with the students. If they go and talk to an advisor at a four-year institution, they're told don't take it at a community college because it will not transfer. Yeah. And that's all. And the reasoning is it's a 3,000 level course, but hopefully this will eliminate that situation.
would like just to comment that part of the reason that we changed, it took us a while, and I was just telling them the story. I mean, it took me several years to be able to switch from 3,000 organic to 2,000 organic. I mean, it was a battle. But actually, the reason we did that is because precisely the field of studies, the articulation agreements with the community college, once that you start making pressure on the universities, we have to change. We have to respond to that. So something like this, it will actually make pressure on those universities to be more, to be consistent with the rest of the universities. I lost my train of thought. What I'm trying to say is, this will put pressure on the universities to adapt so they can stay in sync.
The reason, because if I look at the courses here, are transferable courses on the field of study, in almost all of the four-year colleges, the organic is still 200 level. The transferable organic is still 200, and it's not going to be 300, because I think those issues has been resolved over the years.
That may be on paper, but reality is different. I'm sorry. Maybe on paper, but reality is different.
Yeah.
Because students talk to advisors, and advisors tell them something totally different.
And that's the biggest problem we have too. The organic chemistry, the student, when they transfer to the neighboring university, they have it as a 3,000 course. So oftentimes, we have to convince them to take the credit, but the students are forced to take additional 8 hours of upper division chemistry before they can graduate the chemistry degree. So basically, we're forcing them to take additional class to pay for additional money they have to spend.
Can I ask how many universities still have an organic chemistry as a 3,000 level? I know UFH does. We used to until this semester.
I'd have to dig in pretty deep to find how many had it at the upper division level. It can have different course numbers and different course names. Does the course inventory have that, Ronald? Search by course.
UFH does, I know. Yeah. There used to be a-
SFA has it as a 300 level. SFA has it as a 300 level, but we'll take the 200 organic. As I said earlier, though, they still have to do the eight hours. Even if I moved it down to a 200 physically, I'm still going to have to add 8 more hours of 300 to the curriculum. So it doesn't solve it one way or the other if I move it to 200 or 300.
Angelo State University has organic as a 3,000 level course. Angelo State. A&M Corpus Christi.
I wouldn't worry. I mean, those universities that still have it as a 3,000 level, once that this comes into place, they're going to have to adapt just as we did. Yeah. It happened to us. Yeah.
Is there a consensus about Calculus 3?
Probably we need a motion. Okay, I make a motion to vote if we add, let me reword it. A motion to add Calculus 3 in the field of studies for chemistry.
Second.
That was quick. Is there any discussion?
Someone said it best when they said there are issues on both sides, but the issues are far less significant if we add it to the field of study.
Okay, let's put that to a vote then.
Any further discussion? Then let's put it to a vote. All in favor of adding Cal 3 to...
Can we sleep on it and vote tomorrow?
Well, let's resolve this issue now.
Yeah. It's open for discussion.
My concern is that we're being deceptive. I don't, as a scientist, I don't disagree that Calculus 3 is important for the curriculum of a calculus or of a chemistry student. No, I've had PChem, survived it. No disagreement that Calc 3 is important. My concern is that we're being deceptive to our students by knowing at the community college level, we're going to say, you take these courses, and we're leaving Calc 3 out. Now, I'm on my catalog, I'll put on there, some universities may require Calc 3. But then what we're doing is we're intentionally saying, yeah, we know this is a problem, but we're going to kick it into the stands today.
Don't understand when you're saying that we're being deceptive.
If, either way, if we include it, I know I'm not going to offer it. I'm going to guarantee, from the tuning committee, as you mentioned, I mean, it's looked at. Most community colleges are not going to add Calc 3 to their curriculum. By the numbers on a spreadsheet, they can't. They're not. So we're telling the students they'll have to get that elsewhere. But if we don't put it in there, then we're being dishonest to the student that comes to take PChem, and it's kind of like, hey, you're not prepped, so we kind of led you astray. So either way we do this, I have deep concerns in doing the right thing by the student.
I'm confused. Surely physics wants this course in their field of study, and engineering and math. So, which suggests that there should be that additional pressure over time. I mean, I understand the realities of it, but it just seems like if we want to make more STEM graduates, especially across the state of Texas, coming from economic disadvantage, and have the chance to move up, we want to put courses like this out there in the community colleges for them to take so that they can go off to a four-year school and get an engineering degree. So I would be surprised that isn't already a pressure that we would be feeling.
I would think we should put the thing on simply because this is going to be required for them to be successful. Whether they take it now, that's up to them, but that is in their future.
Yeah,
And we put it right up there, right up front.
I will argue the counterpoint was that putting it there lets them know that we're not being deceptive, that they need this course in order to be successful if we thought enough of it to put it there. So I think it enlightens students to make sure that they know, that they're aware of the fact that they need more calculus in order to be successful. So
Also, if it's on the field of study, the hours that they do complete on the field of study transfer.
And if we, and as Alan was saying, if it's the possibility that they could potentially take it as an online course somewhere, even if it's not physically offered, and if that's something that you say, look, this is part of the field of study, you need to take this, we can't offer it here, but this is something, and, identify partners. These are places where we can have you take the course so that you walk in prepared.
Yeah. At SFA, we do not require Cal 3 for PChem, but we had a very poor success rate in PChem. We found out that they weren't getting the math they needed in Cal 1 and Cal 2, so we added an extra hour that my PChem people now teach them the math. We would love to add Cal 3, but with the 120 hours, we can't add it. But we found out later they needed it, and that's why they weren't being successful. So that's one of the reasons why I'm agreeing with them that it should be in there, even though I can't put it in my curriculum. It should be there, and we're doing it outside the class to make it happen. So it is needed.
I mean, we have a similar problem. I mean, we offer Cal 3 at ACC, but that doesn't mean we offer it at every single campus. Okay, we're spread out all over, several counties throughout Texas, and so we're not able to offer that class at every single campus. But I think, as what I'm hearing, especially what Alan was saying, that the attractiveness of having a hybrid class or an online class is very, very nice here with this type of course because,
when I first started out, I started teaching out in far west Texas at Sul-Ross State University, and we had these same problems. How are you going to have a degree in geology or chemistry, and you're only having 1 or 2 students signed up for these advanced courses? So we had to, even at that time, in the early 2000s, think about having hybrid courses and bringing those on board to bring communities that were hundreds of miles apart from each other. So that was really the solution to the problem.
Just a point of information, follow up the point here. Math 2415, Calculus 3 is included in 5 fields of study. It's included in math, chemical engineering, civil engineering, electrical engineering, and mechanical engineering. Sorry? No, that one's in the hopper. That one may be forthcoming later this year.
I was going to say that based on this discussion, what I'm going to do is go back to our campus. I'm not sure whether Calc 3 is offered as an online course. I'm sure going to recommend it to our math department. This needs to be, and then market it to our local community colleges. Look, we have this option. This is coming with this field of study, if we decide that, and be like, this is a way that we could solve this. I'm going to see if I can make sure that the local community colleges are set up feeding us students that have that course.
And the selling line is you're in a much smaller class, much greater teacher-student interaction. Take it at a little school.
My major concern is the courses listed on this doesn't have the Cal 3, right? Now, to really be a chemistry major, Cal 3 depends on the field you are going, might be needed. And you can see that, but doesn't stop you from being a chemistry major if you don't take Cal 3. So that's why I'd be so reluctant to have Cal 3 included on this.
You can have chemistry majors with Cal 2, but they have deficiencies in their foundational understanding. I know that, because a lot of the problems in physical chemistry, it requires multivariable calculus, so they can understand it. It's foundational knowledge they need to have. They can be chemistry majors, but maybe technicians pushing buttons, but a real chemist.
See, again, remember, ACS, to become certified, you need two semester credit of two physical chemistry courses, right?
Yes.
But for the other areas of, say, I don't want to be ACS certified, you're only required to take 1 physical chemistry. And the 1 physical chemistry does not require Cal 3 in your kinetics.
It may not require it, but it helps them to be successful. As I told you, in our class, we found out by going over those topics, they were more successful in BChem. We were failing way more people in the past than we are now by teaching them the math that's in Cal 3.
I tell you, in my classes, I have students that are the regular chemistry track with the 3 courses in calculus and the ones that have the concentrations. The rate of success in those ones that have Cal 3 is way higher in the same class than the ones that don't have it.
My background's OChem. My background's organic chemistry. We have an aversion to math. They need Cal 3.
For our PChem requires, that's the prerequisite, 3. PChem, you have to have Cal 3. And that's just for regular chemistry. It's not
I also think that you had said that Cal 3 you think is needed for some chem majors, right? So if it's needed for some, it's required to be on the FOSS, or none of them have to ever take it.
Exactly.
Right? So it doesn't matter if we agree on if it's necessary or not for all chem majors. It matters the fact that we agree that it's necessary for even some fields of chemistry.
Right.
I agree that even I'm a biochemist. Cal 3 is important. Yes, I agree on that.
You realize this discussion's going to give me hives.
Anyway.
So, does anyone wish to make a motion?
Well, I made the motion.
Okay.
Not discussion.
All right, there's a motion on the
Is the
floor to
discussion
add
finished?
calculus. All
Multiple seconds, right?
right, there's a motion on the floor to add calculus 3 to the field study. So,
All in favor?
yeah,
Aye.
all in favor, raise your hand so we can get a count. Is that, okay.
All
And all
opposed?
opposed? So that was unanimous in favor, okay.
And it's not
Yes.
even 5 p.m.
Alan?
Uh-huh,
Is it possible you pull up the Texas Administration Code?
sure.
Oh, please don't tell me we've done something.
What was that, 2315?
Texas what?
23,
2315?
2415.
2450, oh, right, so you want the 4-hour version? Is it a 4-hour class?
Yes, I was foolishly thinking I was done with this. Come on, wake up.
Problem. Okay, sorry, my keyboard's not working. Okay, you want the relating to fields of study?
Yeah, field study curriculum. Part C. All right, it states, the second sentence, following receipt of the credit of these courses, the student may be required to satisfy the remaining course requirements in the field of study, curriculum, additional requirements in receiving institution program, as long as those requirements do not duplicate course content already completed through the field of study. I read that to mean that if I have a 300 level organic and it's a 200 level, I have to accept it.
Yes.
That's the way I read it, and it says it in law. I disagree with that, the way that reads. It's in law that we're supposed to accept it.
And that's why we change it.
Well, yeah, like I've said before, though, it's up to the receiving institution how to interpret that. So if you feel like your upper division course is significantly different, that's your decision. But you don't want the student, you're right, this says here, the students should not have to duplicate course content already completed in the field of study.
It'd be hard to forgive.
Have we finished what we need to finish? We just did. We added that with Chem 3, or Cal 3.
I've added Cal 3 to it.
I don't know if my keyboards are working. Yeah, this is weird. I'm sorry, I can't type.
So is there any further things we need to discuss, or are we done and wait for public comment?
Are we adopting the university physics, or was there a discussion on college physics?
Is everything plus the...
Yeah.
We started with
Recording second.
Not vote on whether or not to allow college physics as part of the program to university physics. So, I motion that we include only university physics.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Everybody.
Yes.
What did we actually approve so far? Did we approve the organic and the chemistry?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So I'll approve it.
We approve that template plus Cal 3.
Now, university physics.
Specifying university.
I make a motion that we will take this little diagram as it is, plus Cal 3 as our field of study.
I second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Efficiency.
Whoa, wait a minute. Okay, so the motion was to accept the tuning field, the tuning agreement? Okay. Plus university physics, and only university physics only.
Part of that. That was part of it.
Okay.
Pretty much the last one says it all. We're taking this plus.
Plus calculus 3. And make that the entire field of study?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and the vote on that was unanimous?
Yeah.
Really? Okay, well then, all right. Well, if that's what you want to do, then we don't have to come back tomorrow. All right? That's all right. However, if we do that, then we got 5 minutes left, and there's a lot of other little bits of business that we have to do. One is where this does and doesn't relate to other CIP codes. Just for the record, we need to be really clear on this. Do we want this to cover Yeah, we're not going to cover biochemistry, right? You're going to say no to that? Okay. Clearly, this is going to cover general chemistry, right?
Right.
Okay, molecular biochemistry? Because we have one program in that. Where is that program? Do you know? Molecular biochemistry? Is it at A&M? UT? Molecular biochemistry? University of Houston, maybe? Anyway, okay. So we don't want it to apply to that program? And forensic chemistry, that's interesting.
It's a good basis for forensics, although the PChems or the Cal 3 is probably outside of that.
Our forensic chemistry is an analytical chemistry degree, so it is perfect for the forensic chemistry, at least at our institution.
Motion that our field of study cover forensic chemistry.
Second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
I can get into
Is that unanimous?
stuff.
Okay. Great. You guys are cranking here. I love this. Okay, so it will cover, yes, forensic chemistry. All right. I need, see, I'll type this in later, but will this, assuming that one of the math courses will count towards the mathematics core, will this all fit in 60 semester credit hours, the tuning arrangement? How many hours are in the tuning?
We're looking at a max of 36. Yes. And you've got the math that's in there.
And then we count one of the maths and actually physics.
So you're going to start with Calculus 1, right? And you're not including college algebra. Okay, is Calculus 1 the 4-hour version or 3-hour version?
4.
Okay. And what else is in tuning now besides life and physical science?
We have Gen 1 and 2 for that.
Life and physical science?
Up at top, you were putting it up towards there.
Oh, okay.
Go up under.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right there, there's 2 lines.
Oh, I see.
So that's 8 hours of core right there.
Okay.
Many of these courses can count also as part of the core curriculum background.
Okay, so what else now is in the tuning? Calculus 2.
See.
You want the 4-hour version of Calculus 2?
Yeah, I think.
Okay, and what else was?
Calculus 2 there.
University Physics 1 and 2, right? Okay. Okay. That's 4 hours.
You've already got it written.
But you want Physics 2, right?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. All right, so that would be, if this is correct, right? Does that look right?
And then you're missing organic.
Can we count Calculus 2 up in C component area?
Organic
Last
one.
blue option. Can we put Calculus 2 up there?
And you want organic chemistry too?
And where you have like.
Well, actually, we put Calculus. Down, up, down, there.
Right.
Talking about 2 different things. Written down like physical sciences as a course.
Oh, yeah, that was dumb. Yeah, I'm sorry.
How about 2 lines above the green box? 2 lines up.
Okay.
There, component area. I mean, we. Calculus 2.
What are we doing now?
Well, yeah, we don't want to specify to institutions unless it's really urgent to put something in their component area option, because those are pretty jealously guarded by institutions. And sometimes you'll notice with lab hours up here, you see that the life and physical science requires 6 hours, but in practice, students are taking 8. So quite often, those extra 2 hours that have no home will go in the component area option so that they can still count towards the core. So we don't really want to fill up these 2 boxes unless we really have to. But at this point, we don't have to, because if I've got this right, it looks like the overall degree, let's see if we put 4 hours there. Yeah, 61. Ronald, what do you think? Do you think...
rather than putting in life physical sciences, can't we put the physics 1 and physics 2? Those are 3 hours each.
Calc 3 can be offered as a 3-credit course.
Yes.
True. That would solve the 1 extra hour problem.
Fine with us.
Organic 1, Organic 2 don't have hours. You need at 4 each there.
4.
Yeah.
Force some of it into component area?
Oh, boy.
What about that example you had that had a whole bunch? Was it in engineering?
Civil engineering.
Yeah. I mean, it's okay. If this is what the field of study needs to be, then it's okay, but it just means that students will have to take some of their core after transfer, which is going to cut into their upper division hours, or this is going to make them stay an extra semester to get all this done.
In my experience, it's good if students have core curriculum courses left to take, so they don't have to take 12 hours or 15 hours of science.
That's often true,
Yeah.
But are your upper division requirements 60 hours, or are they less than that? Are they 51 hours? Because if your upper division requirements are 51 hours or less, then this can work. Because 69 and 51 will work, but
This will work whether Cal 1 or Cal 3 is upper level or lower level, it gets done.
When did calculus become a 4-hour course? I mean, I know it is, but it didn't used to be. We added a supplement onto it, and then a workshop jacked that up by 3 hours.
well, yeah, you can ask. You might think of a way to cut 9 hours from this.
What is the component area option? I'm sorry, but what is the component area option? Why is that so protected?
Ronald, can you speak to that? Ronald helps manage our core curriculum.
So the core is 42 hours, and 36 of them are in the foundational component areas like communication, math, creative arts, life and physical sciences. 6 hours are the component area option, and institutions don't necessarily want to put all the courses which are in the foundation component area also in the component area option. They can. Some institutions do. Some, especially community colleges, guard, as Alan said, the CAO by putting into 3 hours a second communications course, like a speech course or a learning frameworks course. And they force students to take that because that's the only thing in there. And so sometimes you see that the second life and physical science courses in the other 3 hours of the 6 hours. So they play with that. But you often see for institutions that have a lot of engineering programs, you see Calculus 2 or even Calculus 3 in the component area option for the science and engineering majors to make use of that. The other thing is the ACGM gives, as far as I know, I don't have it in front of me, offers these courses like chemistry and physics and calculus as 3-hour version and 4-hour version courses. And I've seen some field of studies where they say either or, so the student can choose. I don't know if that is necessary to do. I assumed it was. If a student takes the 3-hour version, it's accepted. If a student takes the 4-hour version, it's accepted. What are the implications of that? I haven't thought about the field of study enough to know that.
I've seen that before, where students have the choice of taking the 3-hour or the 4-hour version of the math. If you give a student that choice, why would they take the 4-hour version? It's just more work and more money.
Often, I think...
If it's all that's offered, right. But the receiving institution that requires the 4-hour version would almost have to take the 3-hour version and be content with that.
Well, I think it's the other way around. Often, four-year institutions offer the 3-hour version to speed things up and cram it into the 120 hours. Community colleges, now they do 4 hours to give the other extra time for their students to learn it, because as you discussed before, there are differences in preparedness.
Our math department refers to that as a paired course, where they've got a 3-hour course and a 0-hour course that students who may not be quite as adept have to go to. So that gives them their 4-hour contact, even though they only get 3 hours credit.
So it would be something for you to find out how that works if a student takes a 4-hour course and it's in the FOS, then the 4 hours are accepted.
That's right, and it must apply.
And no, even if the university offers it at 3 hours, they would have to.
Well, now it's.
So without the FOS, often the institution says, okay, you took the 4-hour course, we offer it a 3-hour course, we accept it as 3 hours, and you lose an hour.
That's right. The university wouldn't have to accept that extra 4th
But
hour.
with the field of study, I don't know if that works. That's without the field of study.
Yeah, it works with the field of study that way. It's the only practical way to make it work. It's not ideal, but it's the only practical way. A student would just have a couple of extra hours in their degree program that it ended up they didn't have to take, but it didn't kill them to take the extra lab. So
What if the... I'll have to think about my question.
Well, 3 hours.
I just think it's really fascinating that what has traditionally been a 3-hour course has become 4. Nothing else does this. I mean, chemistry is still a 3-hour course. And then if you want to take supplemental instruction, that's an add-on that people can do for certain student populations who need it. Our biology faculty do the same thing. But for some reason, that 3-hour calculus is suddenly institutionalized as 4. And I don't know when that occurred, but that does chew up 3 potentially unnecessary hours. I know we transfer.
That's part of the ACGM.
Right, I understand. It's just that we transfer in those courses as 3.
And actually,
right, that's what you would do. I don't know with the FOS how that works. So
well, also another issue is, in practical terms, this field of study could be even higher than this, because a student who takes, for example, gets college credit applied to the degree for algebra, which they take in a CLEP exam, or the receiving institution lets them get 3 hours of credit that they took in dual credit in high school. That would fill up this box right here, right, for the core, if they transfer in with algebra or pre-calculus, which means the Calculus 1 course in the field of study would have to be added down here as another 4 hours. So, sorry?
But by putting Calculus 1 on there, didn't we choose not to include?
That's right. But I'm just saying, in terms of, you're assuming that Calculus 1 will double dip with the core. And what I'm saying is that that many of your students may come in with this little box here of the core curriculum already checked off for a class that they're bringing in with them from high school or placing out of on a test. So those 4 hours would need to be taken as part of the field of study still. So the field of study might really be even bigger than it looks. Which, again, is all right. Your job is to tell us the courses that a student must have at the lower vision to succeed.
Well,
and if this is it, this is it. If it's over 60 hours, then students will have to deal with that.
And somebody mentioned that, I know from engineering discussions way back with Lumina already, the engineers don't want the students to take a complete core at the community college, because then they invariably fail in the upper division because they only have heavy-duty courses and they can't take 15 hours of heavy-duty courses.
Yeah.
I mean, heavy-duty engineering courses, math-intensive and all that. So they want to intersperse it. And so they actually, there was a, there's an opportunity for community colleges, because they get success points for core completion, that students can click on allowing reverse transfer. So then automatically, once they finish their core curriculum at the four-year institution, the community college can get the success point for completing the core, because we don't want to hurt them for not being successful only because we want the students to be successful.
Okay.
And that may be similar for chemistry, I don't know.
Okay. So does anyone want to make any motions or anything to change what you see here on the screen, or this is what we voted on, as I understand it? So okay, just to be clear. Okay. One last little bit of motion to make. We have to comply with open meetings laws, which means that any deliberations and votes that the committee takes needs to be in a public forum. So if you authorize the co-chairs to do some things on your behalf, then we are taking that vote now in a public forum to allow them to do that. And that would prevent us from having to come back and have a whole separate meeting just to do something like approve the minutes. Okay, or make a minor change to the wording or a minor change to the field of study, which I don't anticipate. Which I would do, I would poll you first and ask for your opinions on that. Then you would give the co-chairs your opinions, but the co-chairs would still have the authority to make that final call. So if I could have a motion from someone to authorize the co-chairs to do minor corrections and to approve the minutes and to take other further committee business as necessary on your behalf. Can I have a motion to that effect? I'm not on the committee, so I can't move.
So moved.
Okay.
Okay.
All in
Second.
favor?
Second.
Thank you. Okay. 3 people in favor? Okay. All right. Unanimous in favor. You guys have been the unanimous committee. I think that's my first. Okay. Then with that, unless there is any further business, I know we're running late. My thanks to those in the booth who've stayed late. I appreciate this. That will spare you having to come back tomorrow. So you can either hit the road or get the earlier flight tomorrow, or just stay in Austin and enjoy being in Austin. But either way, my thanks to our co-chairs, my thanks to Mark, our secretary, and my thanks to all of you, and I will be in touch soon before this goes out for public comment. Okay. Thank you very much. If it's, well, let's see.
I got voluntold to be an assistant.